Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. We had a few levels filling the queue just now while we were waiting for technical issues to sort themselves out, but I think we are good, so let's just pop in the first one, which is, as you see on the screen right now, by Nugukaza, who may or may not still be here, but I assume you are. So here's the reverse truck driver. Delivered the goods to the dock by driving in reverse. Looks like it's a truckin' level made for Isherwood, if I'm not mistaken, and as usual, it's going to be something by Team P Balloon. It's been a while since we played one of these, so let's see if we still know how to drive. And welcome everybody who joined me right off the bat. Nugukaza, Green Hero, Samuel, and Mario. Everybody who trusts that the stream does in fact work from time to time. Oh yes, it's this one, the kind of winding on-off progression level that I think we playtested an extremely early version of some time ago, where there's going to be a fairly major state switch that loops you through the level, as well as lots of optional 30 coins that we will have time to get, as long as we're not overly complacent about locations like this. And this. And this. Okay. Let's try to catch up after that 30 coin business just now. And continue trying to outpace the auto scroll, which will thankfully not squish me. Right here. And right now. Anyway, looks like this is going to be the way to go. No reason to go over there until the scroll break happens on a future pass. So, here's a checkpoint, here's another 30 coin, which we've just begun to gather. And as always, do let me know if there are any continuing prevailing issues when it comes to... Oh, okay, this doesn't do anything. We just need to go back to the other pipe. Nugukaza, you're glad I'm feeling better? Yeah, so am I. My voice is still not quite 100%, but at least it works now. I definitely had to cancel about a week and a half worth of streaming on top of a week that I had already spent traveling, because things were maybe not going too well in that score. Oh wait, no, you need to go back and then use the keys right away. That's right. Need to actually pay attention to which direction I'm going in when I exit a pipe. I mean, it's a reverse truck driver, and there's a huge diagram telling me to go left, so why don't we, for once, go left, except we weren't quite fast enough. Hence the pig. And yeah, hopefully we have most issues sorted out when it comes to audio, network, and everything else. We'll hopefully have a stream run smoothly from this point on, because it was not looking that good just now. Also notice that if you spend too long getting pushed back, you will get pushed back multiple steps, not just one. Whoops. Like I said, you'll get pushed back multiple steps, not just one, if you miss the door like I did just now. So, let's reverse once again. Green Heroes. I'm feline better. Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. Okay. Up we go, apparently. I missnapped my half a tile once again. So yeah, we just need to gain a reset on the auto-scroll at every possible opportunity. And immediately fly my way over to the next exit point that we see. Whoops, as you can see, that's not going too well. Nope, bumping too many donut blocks and we are actually going to die. And yeah, Samuel, it's kind of interesting that you are pushed forward by the auto-scroll on your way over to the midpoint, and then you just kind of try to gain time on the auto-scroll in the reverse direction, bit by bit on your way back. Pretty interesting structure. Like I said, I believe I did play a very early version of this concept. But the level itself still seems pretty fresh to me, and Chai Tea Latte, welcome. And you also get the keys right off the bat at the reset point. So you do have to hit the doors along the way. Let's bail out as soon as we see that we're not going to make it there quickly enough. Like right now. Need to fly quite a bit better than I've been doing, following the yellow blocks, in fact. P blocks. Definitely helps. Notice that everything leads you to pipes in the same reset screen. When they are pipes anyway. Nope, let's go back. Let's do it again. Luckily you can reverse without too much of a fuss. Whoops. Although I probably don't want to do that until I've actually tried to do a little bit of flight. And yeah, chai tea latte, we were just saying that it was conceptually pretty neat. And, oh, no, we are probably going to miss that door. Let's go back here until we can bounce over. Or rather not bounce over, because we want to make it up here into this pipe. It's kind of like the P-balloon equivalent of a getting over it level in some ways. In that the level is very gentle to you, but you can lose a whole lot of progress at once if you just fall through the wrong crack or missed a turn at a critical moment. Much more forgiving, of course. But the flow is very similar, I would say. Whoops, hitting every seesaw along the way, so we'll just reset quickly. And go back and go right for the door. There we go. And then that will lead us to this next exit point over here, which will mandate that I turn around and go through this pipe. Those 30 coins, I think, do effectively have to be collected on the way over. On the way back, they're just... Well, I mean, they're obtainable if you grab them and then go back to the spot that you reset from, but probably want to not spend too much time doing that. Chai tea latte, am I planning on making a level for 7MMC? I was hoping to. I honestly don't know if I'll get one done in time. Because I've had a lot of nearly finished concepts kicking around in my editor for an extremely long time, but I have just not really had a chance to get into the editor and properly finish and test something in quite some time, and I don't know when my next upload will be, so I will definitely at least be playing the 7MMC levels, as many as I can. There will be a whole lot of them, because it is going to be on a more voluntary contribution basis than, whoops, there's the pipe in the bottom left, than the anniversary events in the past, but a lot more in the way of levels that may or may not be my style as well, but we'll discover that as it goes, because I'm sure there are many exciting creations to come, so... No, I honestly don't know if I can finish something in time, though. I've just been absolutely swamped. Both in and out of video games. It does not help at all that Xenoblade 3 is coming out next week. And whoops, okay, this is going to be a big reset. And also a crush depth, so we lost a lot of progress right here. Okay, back we go. Okay, hopefully we can speed through some of this early stuff, though, and get back into position now that we have a rough idea of where to go. But yeah, I haven't published a level in quite some time, in fact, not since 6YMM last year. But I'm pretty slow as a maker, because I do tend to tweak endlessly. I'm sure a lot of makers know the feeling. Whoops. Whoops, that was not worth the risk. And Detroit Void. Welcome, and thank you for the submission of your maker ID, presumably. And we'll hopefully get to you fairly soon. Green Heroes, you're finishing your level with the most music ever. That's an interesting claim, given how stuffed your music levels tend to be with multiple state switches that take you through many, many different loops with, you know, the P-switch changing and the on-off changing and everything else just switching around to constantly lead you down different variations. I'll be curious to see just how much you've managed to stuff into that thing. And yeah, Chai Tea Latte, back when Mario Maker 2 came out, I was cranking out something just about every week. Whoops. But of course, that was back in that early phase of the game when people were still kind of conducting a lot of preliminary research and everything just felt like it was up for grabs tech-wise. Green Heroes, you have 3 different songs in one level. Interesting. I kind of wonder if they are just overlaid over the same chord progression or over some other shared structure. And Bogu, welcome as well. Whoops. And yeah, Green Heroes, you can just make a Packables Cannon level at some point and overlay half of rock and roll history on top of it. Bogu, thank you for Cacophony Castle. I'm sure that totally sounds like a music level, or maybe just a sound effect level, but we'll find out when we get to it. Whoops. I keep thinking that I can make that gap, because we didn't have trouble with it the first time, and that's been a bad decision every time. Okay. Let's go up. There we go. Yeah, we need to spend more time boosting, less time stalling. When I have a straightaway, I need to just hold down the Y button and go. Particularly because I'm likely to stagger on a hit here and there. Oh, yeah, because this part didn't worry me at all the first time I was there, and as you can see, if I just have a good entry point there, I just hold up and I just slam the acceleration. Mario Kart my way over. Okay. This is not going to go. We just need to sometimes admit that and go back immediately. This level actually does quite a lot to reward those snap decisions where you just tell yourself, nope, it's not going to happen, and then you save yourself a much more dramatic loss of progress when you can make that decision on the fly and understand where the escape path is to save as much progress as possible. Okay, the claws don't worry me too much, as I discovered previously. You just need to tap yourself out of them. Like an animal coming out of its hole and they bail at the first sign of danger? Yep. That's what we're doing. As for the Green Heroes multi-music level, I'm sure by the time we see it, the way the concept is structured will be quite clear. Nope, not gonna happen. Let's go back. How far can we go? Only this far. And let's see if we can do any better this time, now that we know what the intended path should be. Nope. Back we go. Oh, checkpoint. We don't want to miss that. Missing that would have been very unfortunate. Anyway, 1-ups galore, as well as coins if we need some of those extra lives for Endless, and also because this is a dead end, so we just need to probably pop back through and reset into the door again in order to get through the left side. And indeed, you're going to have a track block there, forcing that. Ah, okay, no, that's why. Oh, and it doesn't even kill you, it just lets you try over and over until you run out of time. Yeah, like I said, very much like a getting over it concept in some ways, and also one that probably feels much gentler than it really is when it comes to the flight requirement. There we go. And that's a GG. So thank you for that, Nugu Kaza. Green Heroes, you're saying with your music level there's a bunch of layers that add up progressively, and at some point it starts switching between two states, so it loops in a way that isn't annoying. Well, we'll see if that's the case when we get to it, but in the meantime, thank you, Nugu Kaza, for the reverse truck driver. I guess it kind of backed me into a corner. Next is going to be Green Heroes. And we'll see what you've been up to musically lately. I haven't caught up in yours in quite some time. So, Green Heroes, if you have a specific suggestion, do let me know. We probably won't do the Spicy Kaizo. I remember getting absolutely killed by that last time. But the core, part 4, is a music shooter. We might do this one. Although core, maybe we should do that in sequence, shouldn't we? So do let me know if you have a particular suggestion, Green Heroes, that you would like me to see. You've got Homestuck levels. I guess we only had parts 3 and 4 of the core here, so... yeah, do let me know if you have a suggestion, otherwise I'll just pick something. Probably... Oh, I don't know, there's Homestuck, there's... lots of Homestuck. Unite Synchronization is also Homestuck. Time on My Side, okay, let's take a look at that. It's a music link level. Headphones on. We can't quite fulfill that requirement right now, but... if I don't quite hear the backbeat as well as I can on my current display, where the sound is not quite that good, I'll just go over my recording afterwards. I'll turn my local volume up as well. I just don't have my headset handy. But we'll try to experience it as best as we can, and at least give you viewers a good listening experience. Escape the shadow of your bro, Dave. Alright. World record by Hyrule, which I guess is very fitting for a link level. Ah, mostly because of the spike base. And thank you so much for the follow. Okay, do let me know if the sound ever stops working, by the way, in this level, because it's very important that... Oh, I didn't even hear the intro music. No, we need to hear the intro. Oh, the spike base, I see. So this is kind of like a sound check to make sure the spike is kind of punching that in properly. Can you hear that fine? I actually can't hear that very well. I need to turn up my volume. Although, yeah, I am not getting really enough bass off of my current streaming setup. Anyway, anything that I can't hear quite accurately, I'll have to kind of revisit off-stream. But we'll try to display this experience to the best of my ability. Because it's true that the little spike sound check at the beginning was something that my current setup was perhaps not delivering to me adequately. You can hear it, great. So I'm glad that at least it's getting through in the recording, because then I can get through it myself. Oh, okay, now it's windy. Interesting. Well, that's going to give me a bit of a state switch here. Let's go through this again. And thank you so much for the follow. Since I just have to stand here, I'm just going to try to move Mario to the beat and dance. There we go. That's what we'll do when we're just stuck in one position. Mario will just kind of jam along. It's a very meditative experience, in fact. Total headbanger here. Anyway. Through we go. And another loop. Mario's just having like a rocking good time. It's probably not very good for my thumbs though. Okay, here's Link. Okay, maybe we shouldn't have done that while everything was getting pushed, but we'll obviously see this as the way forward. Let's see how this is designed in a fashion that doesn't allow Link to break too much. I mean, it's just ground blocks and one-way panels everywhere, so... Oh! Can I actually get rid of the Boom Booms? Well, I guess the swords are there as insurance in case... We'll actually kill these anyway, just to see if they drop anything. Just out of interest. Whoops. Maybe that's not smart. There we go. That's one down. Okay, they don't kill anything. But how about this guy? There we go. Let's actually just fight them all. Who knows? Maybe there's some kind of trickery to be aware of. Oh! More Master Swords. Just wanted to outpace them if we somehow fail to defeat them. And Vastfly, thank you for submitting Love and Death. Okay, that's going to... Oh. Ah, I see. Okay. But we're missing a sword now. No, we're not. Bowser RNG range, however, is going to be a bit of a nuisance if I missed a shield. I actually just needed to continue, I think. Or... Oh, well, we'll look at that again and see. Now, Green Heroes, if there's something thematically going on with this stage that relates to the source material, you'll have to obviously explain it to me. But for now, we'll just boom boom our way over eventually. And we'll prioritize hitting these question blocks because of the winged swords disappearing on me. Oh, okay. Boom boom there is just going to dunk himself, which is very convenient for my purposes. Interesting way to get the flying boom boom kill, in fact. Something we should keep in mind for future purposes. And then... Oh, no. Hang on. Probably do want to get rid of some of these before we deal with Bowser. So yeah, the bomb seemed to release some kind of limit here. Or does it? Oh, okay, so you just tap that. I bombed it previously and it was just a one-way panel. Now, why would that be important? Let me think about this. We can also just... Oh, we're supposed to grab the clown car, I see. We're supposed to get these guys out of here and... see what we can do about the boss battle, perhaps. Okay. Whoop. I see, because that's just going to smash, as expected. Okay. I probably shouldn't keep deflecting it to my right. There we go. And we'll head over this way. Whoa, that's a lot of bombardment. Let's get way out of here. So yeah, seizing the clown car seems to be the way forward, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll just do that. I always like music boss fights because you get some time to properly enjoy the loop, while having something engaging to do that doesn't fool around with the available play space too much. Whoops. Okay, that was extremely dangerous, but I'm glad that worked. Just back-checking the bomb like that. Of course, deflecting bomb against him could also work as well. We'll just not get bumped here. Oh, no, that's it. That's a problem, actually, because I think I'm just dead now. I'm not much mistaken. Unless I can find a way to just get him in bomb range. I think I am dead, however. So. Now, interestingly enough, if I jumped on the flying boom booms... Well, I mean, I can't jump on Bowser, unfortunately, so that won't do much for me. So I don't think there's a reason to leave the boom booms alive, even though it's actually maybe a little tempting to do so. We burnt too many swords. That's really one of the problems. That needs to be fixed. Oh, no. There we go. Awful positioning on the shield there. So. Whoops, no. Okay, at least we're not burning all of those swords at once, which was a problem for me earlier, and is a problem once again. Okay. Guys, really need to take another hit. There we go. There we are. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bomb this location, so I can actually have more jumping room. That's better. Anyway, we're going to smash that. We probably needed to... well, we need to bounce these guys first of all. Get them over. There we go. And fight them in the central space over here. I certainly hope they weren't supposed to be trapped on the other side. But it looks like they can't be. Given that the whole point of the clown car setup here is to get them moving. Oh. Sword replenishment it is. And Ziggsy, welcome. Just noticed you coming in, since I was too busy watching the boss. As you can see, I had my attention flag for a moment there. Okay. A little bit hazardous all over. A little bit hazardous there as well. Thankfully, Bon was walking in the other direction. We have one sword remaining if I get myself in a situation where I need to use it. Oh. Actually works surprisingly well. Why don't I just throw bombs at him myself, in fact? Hey, why didn't we think of that? Whoop. Never mind. Instead of just tapping him with a sword all the time. Except I'd have to time the bomb throw accurately. Or even fire arrows at him. That's something I hadn't considered. Why don't we just use the bow and arrow instead of tapping him constantly? All these tactical considerations that we didn't consider. Oh, whoops. Oh, almost had a fancy play there. Hey, double hit. Come on, let's let him swoop. Okay, there we go. Alright. Now let's see what this does. They're going to bounce. We're going to... Yeah. I mean, doing the tap with Bowser Jr. is probably much better. Notice that you can just tap the clown car directly once it bounces, at least when Jr. is in play. And yeah, you can actually kind of shoot through the corner position of the clown car as well. Let's not die to this stuff. Let's Move this. Create some space. Okay. Well, back to tapping with a sword it is, I guess. Nope. I think using the bow and arrow at all is already going to be an improvement, though, given that it does fire right through the clown car towards Bowser's position. Whoop. You're the first one that you've seen bomb the sword blocks. Yeah, I guess I like to plan ahead when it comes to setting up locations to my advantage. I mean, it's just a minor consideration, but I feel like it's the kind of thing that can make a difference under the right circumstances. I think I just have a little bit of a trap style when it comes to a lot of boss encounters anyway. Whoops. Okay, we need to get the sword. We can even bomb this one for style. No, because it'll be too close to the one on the left. That's okay. We actually eradicated one sword by mistake then. Whoops. That's okay. I can regret it later. Whoop. Hey, and the arrow shot is going to take care of the bombs as well. Okay. If we can hit him directly, I will, but often it won't be great. He really does take a ton of punishment. Whoops. Alright. And then, let's go. There we go. That's a key, plus a clown car, plus a link check. Very important that we don't fail our own link check by bombing myself. And that's a GG. 3 1-ups for Endless, because we haven't bombed these out of position yet either. We're of course going to check the pipes. Although, I think the overlap on the bridge is going to take precedence, so never mind that. And we have the title image above us right here. So, thank you for the level, and the GG. Yeah, fun fight at the end. Like I said, always appreciate music loop bosses. Given that the boss setup itself doesn't take up too much entity space, and you can just spend everything else on loop. Samuel. Nice way to remember as well that Link can actually fire arrows. That tells you how long I've been away from this game. And so yeah, Detroit Void, you'll be after this one. Samuel, I assume that you want Curse of the Black Pearl since this is your newest and freshest upload for playtesting, but if that's not true, do let me know otherwise. Because, as you can see... Oh, so you're the one who decided to do Spring 69. That's important too. But we'll get there at some point. You need a re-uploaded level that needs playtesting if I don't mind. So is this the one that we're looking at? Okay, great. Green Heroes, what takes the most place is usually the tracks to convey all the note blocks together to the same loop when using all sorts of tracks curved in diagonals. Yeah, I can see why. Just lots that gets tangled up. The thing about music levels that always impresses me is the kind of testing and debugging element of it. Although, you know, even with the loop generation tools from MIDI files that people have nowadays, it seems like it would be quite something to debug if you actually had to go through what your level was doing. Anyway, Curse of the Black Pearl. I see a pirate ship. A pirate's life for me. Okay, so here's the ship. Nintenium, welcome. Okay, oh, SMB2, and we're going to ride the pirate ship. We can also take down the... Whoops, never mind. Hey, let's see how long we can survive. No, not very long, because I paused and threw myself out of position. I was about to say that we could, in theory, just kind of take apart the ship bit by bit. Also, I guess we can't reverse through that entry door, because that would have perhaps allowed me to do a high jump over the initial area. Also, the SMB2 underground music is perfect for this. Oh, didn't think about this ledge here. You know what? Oh, okay, so you do need the SMB2 high jump unless you get all the way up the column with some damage, so you can actually get decently far, but I'm sure there will be an SMB2 check at the end. Either with a high jump or to cloud or something else. Like I was saying, the SMB2 underground music is absolutely perfect for this. How convenient that this concept works with the SMB2 mushroom. Okay, no, you actually need to duck there. Unless... Yeah, you do need to duck there because of the offset spacing on the cannon itself. That's an interesting use of the offset as a way to create an obstacle there. Because you would just naturally assume, oh, 2-tile gap will get through that just fine, and then you realize you do need to do these half-tile calculations. And understand when something is blocked off like that. I mean, you should be able to understand intuitively that... Whoop, nope, bad idea. I should have just jumped. Really bad idea. Green Heroes, sometimes you get super lucky and nail the timing of a note perfectly first try, and sometimes it takes an hour just for one note of trial and error. Yeah, I imagined that would very much be the experience, and that's why we keep our headphones on, to monitor the progress of the spike base. Yeah, it didn't actually need to do a high jump in this next location here. I was being excessively fancy. Also notice that if you get up here very early, that's perfectly fine. Nice, love this little bit here where you jump ahead. Oop, that was a bad idea. You're not supposed to do that, I'm sure. But here's the custom scroll kicking in to give you some visibility up top before you go back down. Interesting, subtle use of the custom scroll to adjust your vertical position on this too, in fact. Very neat. Notice that you can go through the bottom instead of through the coins if you just follow the mast. So in general, power-ups are to be avoided. We knew that, I just wasn't paying attention. But yeah, the slow speed of the skull platform here works out perfectly fine for giving you enough time to get up and back down. Whoops. Missed a jump off the diagonal. Green Heroes, he truly is a pirate. You know, Green Heroes, since I know Orator runs viewer levels at the same time, we need to know when this level shows up, because after all, that's the stream where everybody goes, "Arr." Anyway, let's get up here. And let's go forward. Awesome Lamp, welcome back. Up we go. Nope, okay. Yeah, no, I know why I kept hitting the Master Swords now, in fact, because I was aiming for the donut block and not focusing on clearing the Master Sword stack last time. And I did make the same mistake this time around as well. Awesome Link, thank you for your submission. I assume it's going to be a Super World continuation with you, but we'll deal with that when we get to it. Whoops. So yeah, I think we need to rethink how that jump is going to go. Also notice you probably could have cleared the boo with the top position up there as well instead of going through the bottom part like I did, but we'll go over here and get ahead a little bit. So not only are you keeping pace with the auto-scroll, but you are basically keeping pace with... Whoops. I did the same thing. You are keeping pace with the ship that's moving at the same horizontal speed as the auto-scroll as well. And it's kind of a nice use of that property that the cannon speed is going to match the auto-scroll speed. And here we go. Yeah, so you can go up top here if you do the high jump. That's how to do it. But then the wall here prevents you from doing the same in this location. And here we go. Let's get on top. That's a lot smarter. And the timing here works out very well too, except of course I completely didn't take the blue blocks seriously, even though they were giving me all the positional information I needed. Here we just get some below decks to get through the icicle storm that is coming our way as we sail towards, I don't know, the Antarctic or something. Encounter some seaborne glaciation. Okay, up we go. Okay, same idea here. We need to climb to the top of the mast in order to make it over. Then we reposition ourselves and follow the blue blocks like that. And then we get below decks down here. Very nice. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I guess there are two pipes available here, and if you lift up one cannonball, then you can enter the lower pipe. I was trying to figure out at the very end how that would work, and so it looks like that might be a double exit. Very interesting. So of course we'll try to take the bottom exit, because I'm always hunting for stuff like that. And we'll get back there and see. So Samuel, you're telling me this was originally part of your super world? I guess I had your super world kind of in mind as something I needed to get through for some time, so I guess I should wait until your revisions are through so you can get the whole thing re-uploaded and ready to go. Here we go. Samuel, hypothetically, let's say you wanted to finish a track level in time for 7 MMC. So I know that if you remember Miss Yarrow's Radiohead Right Place level last year for 6YMM, apparently Yarrow learned how to do global looping music in about 2 weeks' time, and really just crammed everything possible about the tech in a very short span of time to make that happen. I feel like it would take me quite a bit longer to do something like that. You'd really have to have a concept and a track in mind and have a very focused idea of what you need to learn and what to do. But it is possible, and that was an excellent level. Whoops, I definitely couldn't have told that it was a skill set that was picked up so quickly by, of course, a maker who was very technically adept. But Samuel, that is, of course, a very exceptional case, but I was very impressed when I heard about it, in fact. And welcome, Meng. Meng, I hope you were here in time to see the Boom Boom sequence in this level earlier, because the Boom Boom jump forward and back was a very Meng-like moment. I was thinking at the time. Whoops. Okay, we gotta go down, and then... Oh, we do need to pick apart the ship. Back. And we're here right before the mole as well for the requisite mole segment that we run into at some point on a given stream. Anyway, Mang, thank you for submitting. Mang, by the way, we did play all of the GDQ levels on stream just a few hours after the GDQ relay a few weeks ago, so I do have the VOD of that. Okay, no, we needed to get up front. We need to go quite a ways up front and get back onto the ship to dodge the stars. We just need to read that a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, let's get ahead of the ship as much as we can, although certain elements here constrain our positioning and force me to go back sooner. Okay, too soon. Or not too soon, rather, but too late in getting back to the platform to go over the stars. So yeah, Mang, if there's anything on the Mang69 profile that I haven't played, I'll definitely pull that up. And if not, I'll definitely be willing to go over your old profile as well when we get to UNIQ. But yeah, I streamed levels, I took my time with them to reveal some of their secrets and other traps that everybody in the GDQ relay just kind of adeptly dodged. Green Heroes, the fun part of working with tracks is when you work with an odd BPM and figure out a consistent spacing for each note. Yeah. There are definitely a few music levels that I think from just a rhythmic perspective would be an interesting challenge to put together. You would think that with everybody in team music having... Whoops. No, you need to pick up the shell and throw it. Okay. That was obvious. Everybody in team music having done a musical theater special about a year ago, I think, that somebody would have picked something like America from West Side Story, which has a very famous metrical groove to it. And whoops, nope. Once again, we'll just get crushed by a pirate ship. It does make building a level easier to build when you know on a smaller scale what to do. Yes. I think I know what you mean. Yeah, it's always really interesting when looping music levels still get a ton of interactive gameplay out of the entity budget that remains. RBC is particularly good at that, as people who play music levels definitely know. And yeah, I definitely remember when General BB was doing much more music-making streaming, where the actual level design part of it was almost like, you know, filling in a space that kind of writes itself with the available spacing and entities that remain once the loop has been taken care of. I think under tight constraints like that, you can actually, in some ways, build much more efficiently, even though it's a... Whoops! I didn't want to pick that up. Okay, up the mole, up to the shell, grab the shell, throw the shell, and then that was the roadblock that we need to focus on. But yeah, no, I was in the middle of some kind of sentence about building under constraints and not having much of a budget available, and really just making do with what you have. Which is, I think, what makes levels really quite impressive when they do a lot with very little, where... Okay, no, we didn't position this in time, and Oh, actually, no, we do want to smash this. Okay, so we were fine. I was perfectly fine. Because I still had damage frames when I picked up the big mushroom, which allowed me to survive with the big mushroom, and so that was recoverable. We just didn't recover, so... Yeah, so if you pay attention upon entry in each of these zones, you can see how, whoops, this ship is set up using a cannon drop in midair just to get everything to fire in position. So if you go through the door, you can just watch the left side of the screen and you can see that you just have a cannon drop that just synchronizes everything in position. Really neat concept. Also takes care of everything, sort of having a well-regulated and synchronized spawn right within the first screen where everything would just behave as intended. I see that my connection is choking a little bit. Do let me know if we have a bit of stutter on the stream, because I do see on my end that our network is experiencing a couple of dips here and there. I'm not on my usual internet, and so unfortunately we do occasionally have a few problems. Oh, whoa, no. How did I flub that? Oh, I think I threw this too close to the slope. I need to throw it before I jump or on my way up. Because if I throw it too close to the slope, it just dies to the slope. Green Heroes, you like making intricate timers to stop some instruments from playing. Yeah, kind of a massive engineering undertaking in some ways. No, I thought I could just land there and jump ahead, but I was too far ahead. Well, Samuel, as far as jank goes, at least it's not the kind of slope jank you see in 3D World where some things will literally teleport. I don't know if you were here when we saw the boomerang slope bug in a particular puzzle level I was playing in 3D World. I think I clipped it at the time. It was just the strangest thing. And I could actually reproduce it too, like it was a glitch I very easily duplicated. Whoops. Okay, never mind. Thought I'd throw and then jump. I think we just need to land on the corner and just throw with a little more horizontal space to work with, instead of getting right up to the slope. I do want to go up right away in that area. I just need to be a little more careful. But yeah, there was a particular interaction in 3D World that allowed a boomerang throw to teleport between slopes on opposite sides of the screen. That was definitely not intended behavior. But we somehow managed to trigger that multiple times. Nope, there we go again. You do need to throw on your way up then. This is quite serious about that. I know what's tripping me up here. It's actually the same thing that trips me up in Kaizo shell levels all the time, which is that I've never really been in the habit of holding down the jump button to maintain momentum while releasing the throw. It's a basic Kaizo skill, but I've just never developed it as a habit. And I always had to relearn it basically every time that it's required in a level. And that's exactly what this is here, that you need to maintain the jump while throwing. As you can see, I kind of let up on the jump, and that created some problems here. Although taking damage, once again, is not too bad, because if I have invincibility frames while I have the big mushroom, I can recover just fine. So we just need to get a little better at that. Anyway, up we go. Nice of a star pattern to line up so nicely. Oh, nope, bad, because now I can't get through. Okay, so, yeah, you absolutely need to throw on the way up. And I just need to aim that better. The slope definitely threw me off a little bit, I would say. But I guess that's why the throw marker is a little bit off to the side as you make the approach. We'll just get up there and try that. I think it's definitely a pitfall that could very easily be overlooked if you just always, during testing, throw naturally like this, the way a more adept player would. Whoops, no, not fast enough. Yeah, we made it. No, we didn't make it. You know, I almost got out of that one with a pickup at the right time. I think we may in fact require pickup there, but I will have to go back there and see. Maybe it's not required, but the thing is, it is salvageable if I fall a little bit behind, if I just don't take damage while I'm trying that maneuver. I wouldn't say it's cheese, I would say it's just, it doesn't allow you to shortcut the obstacle, it's just kind of a get out of an emergency move, which I tend to find to be very satisfying, so I really don't mind that kind of thing at all. I don't mind cheeses that get you out of self-inflicted trouble and are still not going to be the thing that you ever intentionally try to do as Plan A. Anyway, looks like we have a high jump over here, and up we go. Thank you for Divines on the up pipe. Okay. But wait, there's more. Let's get above the flag. Okay, that's it. Oh, and there's a fish there because after all, it's a ship and it has arrived in its dock. So, I guess with part 1, what was the other entry pipe then? Was the top entry pipe just a reset? If you're required to go through the bottom pipe? Because I guess we never really saw what that was about, given that I immediately went to the correct exit. Thank you for the GGs. Yeah. Let me make sure we have no subs to clear. I don't think we do. That's okay. We'll pull up Detroit Void. If you're still here, please check in. And yeah, we'll pull you up. Thank you for your patience, and we will see what there is. Detroit. So do let me know if you have a particular preference for what you want me to play. And if you don't, I'll just pick something. The 2 speed runs. Okay, so one of these 2 then. We'll pick one, and then if you're able to stay to requeue, then we'll do the other one. But we'll start with Sky and Castle speedrun 30 seconds. And it looks like you've been on a bit of a tear, uploading a lot of stuff in the past week. Both of the pipes lead to the CP. The bottom one just gives you some treasure. Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, 30-second speedrun. Let's actually pay attention here. Nope. Yeah, because I just kind of stalled at the beginning, not taking it seriously, obviously. That's definitely going to be an edge jump up to the POW. It will take me over to the Muncher. Pretty simple. We just need to aim better. Yeah, like I was saying, we just need to take the edge jump seriously. No, I said to Troy Void you were on a bit of a tear and that you've been getting a lot of uploads done this week. Whoops. That looked like it was required because we need to get through the pipe. We just need to hit the on-off switch accurately. Once again, we do need to jump off the edge much more accurately than I've been doing. Doesn't matter whether you hit the bonsai bill at all. And because it's not going to slow you down either way by the looks of it. Whoops. Falling in the pit is not good, but we're through with 20 seconds. And then, no, we needed to not hit that P-switch then because it slows me down. I find this maybe a little bit questionable because of the fact that you require a P-switch in Section 1. Another P-switch that's also kind of put into that one block depression. And so to have one immediately after that that is a trap seems like, in the context of a speedrun where you're making snap judgments, is a little bit of a surprise. Or... yeah, because you're definitely not supposed to have the P-switch active at this point, right? And... unless this is already the end, which I doubt. Maybe it is the end already. But we'd have 6 seconds at that point, and I do have my doubts. Nope. Yeah, I feel like that's a very easy thing to misread, because mostly in speedrun levels where the first section is just training you to hold right, when you have something like this that stops you, it looks like you failed something. And the first assumption that people will generally make is that they were supposed to skip the P-switch. Because it's one of those things that looks a little bit wrong. As you can see, we're right here, and maybe that P-switch is unavoidable, though, given its position. So I don't really know about this P-switch as an obstacle. I think it is maybe a little bit questionable, but... obviously we can make it. It is tuned around the expectation that we will. But whenever you put people on a dead stop in a speedrun level, they start thinking that they did something wrong. Simply because that's the typical logic of it. Anyway, so you do need to jump up towards the bonsai right away and assume that you will get within the hitbox to actually stop it. Oops. Yeah, getting stalled in that pit is, of course, not too great. Adam, welcome. Speaking of 30-second speedruns. Whoops. Yeah, we need to work on these edge jumps, for sure. Even just simple things like that, I always have a bit of an issue with. Because, yeah, you have to remember that at that point, when people hit that second P-switch, they haven't seen how much of the level is left, and they don't know how far the ending is. And so, usually their first assumption will definitely be, whoops, I did something wrong, I guess I was supposed to skip that switch. And I really don't think I would be the only one who makes that mistake. It is, I think, pretty much unskippable, though. I mean, somebody who actually plays Precision can correct me if that's not the case. Now, we went through the first pipe at 20 seconds rather than 21, so I think I actually will be a little bit too slow again, but we'll try to make it. Yeah, because we'll hit this at 0, and I believe that will not leave me enough time. Yeah, if you jump immediately, though, with 1 on the clock, then you're going to make it through. So we need to not lose a second to falling into the P-switch pit here. Always trips me up a little bit. Making sure I don't get a speeding ticket, yeah. Oh, whoops, nope, that was a mistake. I was trying to make sure that I don't fall into that pit. I guess I just needed to maintain speed to run over it, but I have been falling into that and losing 1 valuable second constantly, so... yeah, no, I see what's happening here. It's because I'm jumping up in this location, I'm not building enough run speed to run across this tile. I'm landing too far to the right on that location. when I go up the top of the slope. It is something that's throwing me off slightly. But no, actually, even if you stay low, that doesn't do it, and this will not be enough time. We need to have 21 on the clock when we make it through the first section, and we need to not fall in that pit. It is a requirement. Nope, once again, we can't skip it either, though, so... I think we just need to do a short jump out of that P when we hit it. Nope. And not building enough speed for the edge jump there now. Yeah, I need to just not get tripped up there. And here we go. Nope. Once again. B. Suzuki, welcome. There we go. That's ideal. 21 on the clock. We should be able to make it from here, as long as I don't run into trouble with those munchers later. Okay, 6 seconds at this point. 1 on the clock as we go through the pipe will be now 0 on the clock. I might be a tad slow. Nope, we got it. Let's see how close that was. Anyway, thank you for that one. Off the record a little bit, but we were running pretty tight. It was pretty obvious where I was losing time there, even on a successful run, so... Yeah, thank you for that. Like I said, the stopping segment is a little bit strange. In fact, both of the P-switch hits over the pit are things that are likely to throw people off, I think. Even the first one. But we made it, so thank you for that. And let's see what's next. And yeah, if you want me to play the other one, the queue's still open if you're willing to requeue. But we have a long enough queue that I want to get to other people first, but I'm willing to go back to you if you're able to stay long enough to do so. So yeah, you can just throw yourself back in the queue if necessary, and if you think you can stay that long. Bogu242, if you are still here, please check in and we'll punch you in. We'll punch your level in, rather. Just to be absolutely and non-violently clear. And yeah, Detroit Void, this is a fairly regular time for me for viewer levels. I had not been doing it the past few weeks because of a number of issues that got in the way of the stream, but I'm here pretty regularly to play people's creations. Hopefully we have not had too much stuttering on the stream. I'm just looking at my network stats and seeing that we had a few lag spikes earlier, but nothing too critical as far as I can tell. And Electrodude, welcome. Here's Cacophony Castle. Second beta, final boss. 15-minute world record so far, but very few plays and only 1 clear, so that's not statistically significant. This is, after all, a very recent upload. Oh, we had music in the start too, in fact. But maybe the starting room didn't matter too much. Anyway, Cacophony Castle, we'll see where all these note blocks are leading me. Hope I don't need to erase them or something. Oh, nope. Okay, interesting. Whoa, a couple of things that I need to read a bit more carefully here. Wasn't expecting to outpace that. Okay, everything's going to get loaded in, but it's just the same loading segment as what we connect to on the other side of the door, so we don't need to pay too much attention to it. Mushroom looks optional. No, it's not optional, because you do need to hit this. And we'll proceed. When the platform is going up, of course. Let's take care of the simple things. Anyway, Oh, whoops. Yeah, locked myself over there just by being within bomb range. That seemed a little unfortunate, but... especially because you only have one chance at a mushroom over here. So we just need to not hug the wall, knowing that the bomb break is coming. Okay, no. Rhythmically, I still need to pay attention to what the pattern here is going to be before just diving in headfirst. And yeah, Nugu Kaza, I know I shouldn't lean against walls, it's just a bit of a habit. I think I've become too habituated to levels that will not necessarily do that to me. Okay, it looks like this is going to depend partly on my position in terms of when elements spawn in. So we'll... the plus signs seem to be indicating the Podoboo destination location, so we'll just keep that in mind. Nugu Kaza, I think blowing up the wall is going to mess up the paint job quite a lot more than anything I can do. I guess the entire point of Super Mario Sunshine as a game is that you're messing up paint jobs, so Mario has had some practice. Just not with his current moveset. Whoops. Yeah, we need to watch that timing a lot more precisely. Super Mario Sunshine, incidentally, recently celebrated its 20th anniversary. If I'm not mistaken. Because it did come out back in July 2002. And let's see here. Okay. Yeah, once you kind of get into the rhythm of it and also scope out how many platforms you're given to work with, that's not too bad. Not progressive, that's okay. Mushroom will be enough. Okay, this is going to lower the blaster column, but you can't jump out of that. You... I will need to read that a little differently. I've seen a couple of obstacles like that before, I just need to think about that sequence, because if I jump from the second platform before anything has been lowered, I will not have the chance to recover. That is a bit of an issue. I'm actually getting to the upper platform too early then. And this will be death, unfortunately. I'm going to sneak my way out of that by perhaps doing a short jump into the underlying cloud, but I do not think that will work. Alright, let's go. And down we go. I'm at the same time listening to this and trying to figure out what does or doesn't happen on the beat. But I think it's better to just focus on the platform timings for the time being. Make my way over. Okay, so the bomb is the thing that lowers the blaster. That's important to know, because it means that we should defer the second jump for as long as possible. And in fact, I wonder if I could have made it over that bullet then. I think an edge jump would have been able to take me over to the blue platform just fine, but... yeah, jumping backwards is probably not the right idea, but it's something I've been considering, and I think it is doable in a way that is survivable. But we'll just have to be a little more careful here. Oh, donut blocks there. Didn't even notice they were donut blocks under the dry bones until just now. Whoops. And let's go over here. we go. And... whoops. I do need to be attentive to when I run out of platforms there, because we can only cycle through so many. Always nice to have a custom music platformer, of course. It's still playable. Very simple loop, but of course we have lots of interactive elements taking up budget all over the place here. And up we go. Whoops, no. Jumping high is pretty much never the answer here. We want to stay nice and low so we have a quick recovery in the event of a slip-up. Let's do this. And this. Okay. Up we go. Like I was saying, short jumps. I just made a bad decision there when I could have landed on the right side. It's always going to take a little bit of guesswork and pattern recognition when it comes to things dipping in and out of the lava when you can't see what the track placements are going to be underneath. You just kind of need to read the timings of the moving parts the old-fashioned way. Oops. Yeah, I should always let one or two spawn there first before I start jumping, so I always have a platform to approach on either side. Anyway, down we go. Okay. And back up. Yeah, actually, nice high jump up to the next segment will sometimes work. We'll have a mushroom very shortly, at least, and of course, if I slip off a corner unexpectedly, that will not happen. We'll make it soon enough, I'm sure. Rather satisfying to just hit the dry bones right away. That's probably why I didn't notice they were donut blocks underneath. They were just never relevant to me while I was just bouncing on all the bones directly. Okay, that was a bit of a risky move, but it paid off, so no complaints here. Now, we'll need to watch this timing, as I said before. This guy go first, and then we jump like this. Whoops, nope. Just missed that platform entirely. That was actually recoverable if I'd done a high bounce on a bullet, but I did not expect to miss. You can tell how rusty I am at this game after having been off of it for about 3 weeks. Anyway, let's move on over here. No, once again, really can't second guess any of the jumps here. We just have no wiggle room. Oh, we'll get it sorted out soon enough. Just need to make better snap decisions. It's just plain old traditional platforming in some ways. Just requires some better judgments in the heat of the moment and kind of learning to read this as a wave rather than as separate platforms, I think, is something that would help. because I'm not really thinking about the whole set of platforms as one smooth motion, and perhaps that's what's required of me here. Whoops. Okay, same kind of sequence all the way through here. Grab checkpoint, and we have what looks like is supposed to be a mushroom check. I think you wouldn't be able to duck under that, so we would come down here. We have a couple of shapes on either side that I haven't really read properly yet. I don't know what those are. But anyway, that's the music loading zone. Let's see what's on the left. Okay, it looks like we have an exploration segment here. And a couple of bombs that we'll eventually want to drop. Okay, no, this is just a Bowser face, actually. This is the central design. And here's a boot dispenser. Very nice dispenser. It will allow me to dispense with something, but what? It'll allow me to jump on fire as well. Whoops, no it won't. I'm thinking of the bone shell. I should know better than that, given my past experience with boots. The boot will allow me to stomp in either location here. It will allow me to trigger either one of the on-off switches. I guess you can choose which segment to go through then, because any one of these allows you to proceed. But that doesn't really do much for you. Oh no, it detonates one bomb because you have one state switch, so you actually need to hit all three. I understand this boss now, that you are supposed to run through the pattern until you have made it around to hit all three columns. Once you do, then the Bowser will be stopped. And you just need to run through to lose the boot. I feel like I needed to stop that. Well, no, I mean, the spawn block that we've removed is going to create blasters there to block that off. So you are forced to do all three. Because each of them can only be hit once, and this is how it does a phase change, that there's some kind of spawn block here that is triggered on the second pass that releases to Magikoopa. Oh yeah, the whole fight is Bowser in a Bowser face. I feel like we were supposed to drop another column on top of him though, and I guess that requires me to hit some additional on-off switches if I can, but I certainly hope we didn't break anything. No, whoops. Fine, let's get another boot. Because it felt like I was supposed to detonate the remaining bomb at some point. And that would drop the blasters in the center. Yeah, with one additional bomb detonation, it drops the blasters in the center towards Bowser. So we need to figure out what I'm missing here. Possibly something up top, in fact. Whoops. Nope. Hang on. I can move on, yeah. I assumed so. Oh, looks like this will just spawn directly at me. That's fine. We just need to look for where to punch our way in, then. Oh, it's broken. Okay, that's okay. I can take a death and try to redo it. Yeah, because it looks like I did break it. Probably with some kind of spawn positioning here. Yeah, because it definitely looked like I was supposed to... On the second pass, it didn't have an on-off reset, and I think that's the thing that bugged out, was that when I came here the second time, we switched from off to on, didn't I? And so it didn't do all three of the required triggers. I want to give you enough footage so you can debug this properly, so we'll probably just take a death and I'll do this part again just to try to show it off properly. Assuming there was a checkpoint here, yep. I mean, it's a playtest. I'm not just going to bail on it when it's broken. I want to make sure you get some footage to see what the problem could have been in terms of my camera positioning or anything else that could have conflicted with a state switch. So let's just do this again and see if we can get it to function. Because you're definitely supposed to stomp all three. I would hope that the order doesn't matter. It looks like it's set up in a way that it shouldn't matter, but we'll try to reproduce the issue perhaps. Possibly I also see a potential risk here in that what if you cancel out of the stomp before you hit the on-off switch? I think that might be the issue, in fact, that... Oh, the Magic Koopa ruins it. Okay, okay. Because what if you tried to cancel out of a stomp? So, if you canceled out of stomp, let me show you what would happen, right? Wouldn't you fail to activate the on-off switch, but create a situation where you block it off? Like, I'll try to make it happen. So, for example, let's say I stomped through these bricks, but then either lost a boot or canceled the stomp before hitting the on-off switch down below. The destruction of the blocks would create a spawn block there that prevents me from proceeding, but then I would miss one activation of the on-off switch, right? So, if I understand that correctly, the way to fix that is to actually make sure it's a continuous column of bricks that you are forced to break on the way down. Because otherwise I cancel, I don't activate the switch, I scroll out of here, nothing resets, but then if I go back, it will also break. I'm trying to show it off, unfortunately I died there, but if I understand it correctly, that should actually be a thing to fix. Let me just test it again to be sure. Like I said, if that is an issue, it's an easy fix, I think. In that you can require stomping all the way through instead of just breaking this. I wonder if you could still do a cancel or take damage at the last moment, though, to have that fail to activate. You need to test that, because I feel like the on-off activation using the boot is very likely to be a problem. Like, you can use the boot to break through, but the on-off switch should probably still be accessible some other way, maybe. And so yeah, Bogu, I'm glad I can show you the playtest properly, to give you some potential things to look at. And Male64, welcome. Yeah, Male64, I was gone with a combination of travel plus COVID. So I lost a week to travel, and then I lost another 2 weeks of streaming or so to not having a voice. And that was kind of unfortunate. I mean, I wasn't without a voice for 2 weeks. I recovered pretty quickly, in fact, but there was a lot of stuff calling my attention afterwards, and so... Okay, let's see if we can get this to function, though. Yeah, so the Magic Koopa, you know, is a potential risk factor, and the boot stomp cancel is the other potential problem. So we'll see. We'll try to do it properly this time. And remember, it's not just the cancel that's the problem, it's the possibility that I get hit by fire on the way down. So either one of those scenarios creates a potential conflict. And as you can see, I think we broke it again, didn't we? Because I only activated one bomb. So I think we are once again going to be stuck. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because I think we can't actually activate anything else without one additional switch. I'll try to do it one more time to see if we can get it to function at all. But if it continues to break consistently, then obviously we'll probably have to bail. So let's see if I can get hit by something. And we'll just take a bullet to the face. Yeah, Male64, I know you're a little bit far back, so hopefully you can stay. Oh, you've got a sub, actually, Male64. You'll have the sub next privilege. And you'll be next in queue. So yeah, it may have been the Magic Koopa breaking things this time, then. And the Magic Koopa, yeah, it is going to cause a lot of problems. I haven't seen enough of its spawning to really understand how that break is avoidable or can be fixed. But at least we're aware of the issue, and I'm going to see if I can at least give you a test case that will get it to work successfully so we can have a point of comparison for when it does work. And yeah, I'm doing a fair bit better. My voice is still not at 100%, but I'm at least able to talk for long enough to stream. And Okay, let's try to do the final segment here. I wonder if it had something to do with the fact that it was doing them out of sequence instead of right to left, but then we have the Magic Koopa here, so never mind. And it nearly squeezed me out. Anyway, we got it to work. Let's punch in here, and let's get the clear. Okay, final little challenge segment here. We'll not jump over the axe to see what's on the other side. That would have been a very bad idea. But we got it. So yeah, thank you for that. And you'll want to fix and re-upload for sure, of course, but hopefully we gave you enough data to work with so you can revisit that. That's what playtesting is for, so let's mark that as a win. And we'll pull in our first sub of the day. And just to be clear, this will be the queue order after that. We'll probably close after the next level or two just to make sure we can get through everything today, but we'll determine that based on our pace. So. Oh, Mail64, are you not ready yet with your upload? If you're not ready yet with your upload, we will do the next one from Nugu Kaza first. Yeah, if you're not ready, Mail64, we can bump you back. Unless you just want a second. Okay, that's fine. I can always just plug in your profile if that's your code, and we'll just spam refresh on that, and so we'll save the code entry. Okay, you're ready. Yeah, I'm usually not able to get to you that quickly, so I can see why that might have caught you by surprise. Balloons Flight. Anything to do with balloon fight? Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough. Take to the air. Choose a big, slow platform, a small, fast one, or none. Oh, glad to see a new creation from you. I'm expecting multiple paths as usual. Once we get rid of the Goombas. Oh, okay, it's a big hot air balloon that you're entering at the very start. Not a P-balloon level, but just a ballooner landing. And then the on-off switch completely changes the path if you go through the center instead. So yeah, you can do two separate levels basically. No, you can't, because you do need the on-off switch in order to carve your way through, so. But then you get some path choice. No, you actually need to go around the top, down to the on-off switch, and then loop back up. Okay, I see. So we are still on a constrained path right now. That's okay, because now we are going to wrap our way back around and continue. And down we go. What do we got here? We've got skull platforms, which may or may not be... Oh, it's not decorative. We just need to take it. If you expend both skulls, I guess you're forced to reset through the pipe, aren't you, then? Yeah, I probably should have read that better. I was hoping to stomp both Goombas, but I was getting zoned out, rather, by a lot of the spiny projectiles, so... Well, we'll go back and see that. And... here we are. Whoop. That was unfortunate. That's okay. We're also locked out of the spawn position at the start, of course. So we can't just reset into the balloon if we have a change of heart. Oh, I see. So there's a slow way and a fast way. With the fast way, I wonder if it's advantageous to activate both skulls, so I have an additional platform to land on after the fact. I'll also totally miss the chance to get the mushroom. Okay, there we go. It's very advantageous, by the way, to activate both skulls. You know what? I'll just activate everything so we have a fallback position if necessary. And, oh, fell off the diagonal, so never mind. Fastest is without using platforms at all. Now that's interesting. Oh, because you can just bounce your way over then. Hang on. Let's see. I want to do it this multi-platform way, though, so we can also see if it interferes with anything. Whoops. Nope. Oh, okay, that was actually salvageable. I just didn't expect it. Given that I didn't think I was that high up on the camera. That's alright. Activate everything. Nope. Once again, I didn't compensate for the reverse drag on the platform, pulling me back. We're still doing it this way, just for style. And sure, we'll attempt to ride it out, but... yeah, I can see how you can kind of move up faster if you just bounce on enemies as much as you want. The cat's paw effect definitely took me by surprise over there. You know what, we'll just do the skull path for now, just to see it. Yeah, you just need to jump in locations like this. And theoretically, if you fall off, you can still probably bounce your way across the enemies if you are careful, so there may be a chance to recover, but... so for example, you can come here, sheep your way over, and okay. I was hoping to get back onto the fast platform, but I guess we missed our chance. Ah, and it dunks you over here, I see. So you have multiple paths to take you to this location. Okay, thank you for that. First clear, on this version at least. And hopefully we didn't break anything too critical. Ah, I see, the third choice is none, that's right. I get it. Speaking of balloons, Nugu Kaza, we'll loop back to you if you're still present. And here we go. I assume that we are in for a Sky World then, when it comes to World 5 then, Mail. Anyway, speeding in traffic. Team P Balloon, this one is going to involve weaving through traffic to arrive at your destination. You know, between this and the reverse truck level Nugu Kaza, it's like you've been playing a lot of Frogger or something lately, or just kind of had an interest in chasing after parked cars. Anyway, watch for the semis. We've got a TP on this one as well. For either Twilight Princess or Toilet Paper. Or possibly even Team Precision, but we'll figure that out as we go. Anyway, TPB for Team P Balloon. We want to probably just go through the pipe. Oh, I see. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, because it's upside down. It's an interesting optical illusion, actually. That you have seesaws working as bumpers, but absolutely everything else apart from the way the seesaws sit under Fulcrum still looks like a normal level. So, yeah, it's a pretty interesting use of the upside down theme for something that otherwise plays like it's typical. Because it's all there to basically create a new element, the upside down seesaw. That's actually quite clever. I'm fond of it, because the upside down theme, I think, is one of the hardest ones to actually build around in this game in terms of making something interesting and functional. And oh, and then you get squashed at the very end if you don't fly past all the obstacles. Very, very neat. You're so glad they didn't flip the controls for the P-balloon for upside down. Yeah, because that would just break this completely. I don't know, some people like to invert their controls when it comes to flight. Maybe not two-dimensional flight, though. Or anything top-down. Whoops. Nope. Okay. We're in a green zone right now. The 3 zones do appear to be color-coded. We just need to tap our way forward pretty gently and kind of cut across the seesaws, in fact. Cutting across the seesaws is probably the best way to do that. And that's something I hadn't considered. Yeah, so you kind of do a half cross. That's how you get over without bumping anything. Whoops. You do need to maintain momentum after that. Otherwise you run into issues like this, where you get pushed off screen completely. Interesting triple stack at the very end there. I guess that would have required you to drop some seesaws from outside the main track to set up? I don't know. In order to get them to stack so neatly, that looks like... I mean, that's definitely not an editor placement. It has to be with some kind of timed load-in. Whoops. Anyway, just getting wrecked by this pinball machine. Oh, at a certain distance they bunch up. Oh, because of the way that everything is scrolling while your spawn locations are also controlled by the auto-scroll, right? I see. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that when it comes to tracks, because you have some that are going to be off-camera in the initial position. Yeah, because I was trying to look off to the side to see if there were any alternate tracks that we needed to be aware of, and whoops. And I guess, yeah, they just bunch up into a little stack of onion rings, or whatever else that reminds you of. But yeah, because I was looking for tracks off the side to see how you were feeding those in, but if it is just based on the camera spawn synchronization, that makes sense. Whoops. Interesting way to find a unique final obstacle, though. Let's get in here. Whoops. Probably recover from one mistake, but not two. Three-car pileup, right, because you're dodging the semis. That's what we're doing here, apparently. Nope. So, Nugukaza, if you keep running into semi-trucks in a Mario Maker level, does that mean they are semi-solids? Anyway, let's think about that when we're not running into every single one. And, yeah, just need to maintain our speed going upwards, in fact, when it goes side to side in those larger horizontals. I'm totally off screen. And Mail64, if you mean the Dover-Calais crossing, yeah, that's exactly what has been going on. Without Brexit, this level would have taken a lot less paperwork. Whoops. Okay, not exactly the White Cliffs of Dover, but close enough. Okay, let's get over here. And... whoops. Yeah, tap inputs mostly work, but you need to angle your way through the final part pretty cleanly, because you don't have enough vertical space to work with when it comes to repositioning yourself, since everything is stacked together so closely. Okay, we've gotten to the final stack a couple times, and there's one more segment after this one. And yeah, even if you're just off slightly, that makes a mess. You tag it controlled boosts. Oh yeah, very much so. Feels like you do need a separate tag system at this point for everything that you've been doing with P-Balloon Maker here. There we go. Checkpoint. Nice way to do the checkpoint in this zone. Let's grab the coins, by the way. 4 coins. If we get bunched out the other side and we grab the 2 remaining coins, I guess that would require me to punch through the side, perhaps. And possibly go back to the start? I don't know. We need to look for the key door, then. But we'd need to loop back to some earlier segment, wouldn't we? To plug in the key. And that's probably okay, given that checkpoint 2 is going to send me directly back here. And whoops, there we go. Oh, this is definitely hard mode that we're looking at here. Lots of zigzagging to do, and everything is a much tighter stack this time, right from the start. Yeah, and as you can see, there's a ton of side loading going on here, because that's the only way that you can get everything to stack up immediately on the 1-tile margin rather than 2. You can see all those horizontal tracks on either side as you load in. And, yeah, Mel64, now we know what P-ballooning is like when you don't properly negotiate what to do with the Irish border. Oops. I do love the effect of Mario falling up, though. Given that you're dying off screen. And you just sail all the way up, and yet it is not enough to get Mario to the destination that he ultimately needs to get to. Okay, we overboosted. Overboosting is the main risk here. We can go side to side and zigzag. It's fine otherwise. I forgot to get the coins, by the way. Let's just take the death and... oh, I could actually go back through this pipe? No, I can't. Oh, and I die immediately to a squeeze, because when you enter the wrong pipe, either on the top or the bottom, it gives you an invalid exit, I suppose. Whoops. Now we know. That's how the pipes are matched. Oh. Anyway, let's remember the pink coins this time. And every time. Would be a lot of attempts where that doesn't necessarily matter, but... yeah, doing that halfway horizontal entry and looking for the vertical gap is the way to go, except that time we didn't keep up with the upward movement. Speaking of which, we will definitely be closing queue after this level. And if it's taking me a long time, possibly even before we finish it. So, the current level will be last call, so we can get through everybody else. Okay, let's move back up. Whoa, that's going to put me under. Yeah, going horizontally and still maintaining enough of an upward diagonal to keep pace with the auto-scroll, and the track scroll for that matter, has been an issue for me. Because it's very easy to just look at this and treat it like a static series of obstacles, but it is, of course, anything but. Alright, let's go over here. Yeah, we need up diagonals whenever possible when I want to go horizontally. That little adjustment was already creating some improvement. Samuel, is it upward movement or downward movement? It is all a matter of perspective. I guess if you think about it, this is... I was about to say it's more of a B balloon level, but that's only true if you're facing down. Whoops. It's actually a D balloon level then. Oh, maybe not. It's just a reverse P. It's a number 9 level. Revolution number 9. Whoops. Notice that I can actually fly quite a ways off screen before I die. Electro Dude, I don't know if you've seen Samuel's pirate ship level, but we played the latest version earlier in this stream. Well worth a look. That's your greeting, Samuel. Whoops. Green Hero's Upward Movement is actually the name of one of the songs you're working on for your new level, but in that case, is your new level going to be upside down? Also, we keep forgetting the coins, but that's because I have very little faith in actually making it through this. I feel like we don't, unless we see the key door very soon after the exit, we don't necessarily need to grab those coins right away. We can always loop back to them. Perhaps. Oh, maybe not. What do we think about that? Because if you're able to punch through the right side and reverse back here, is there a way to do that? It would need some kind of P-switch activation, I think, in order to function. I'm just thinking about this in terms of where a key door could possibly be. Oh, you know what? The final pink coin isn't even accessible unless you have an on-off switch. So you'd have to have an on-off switch that then allows you to go all the way back up front. So possibly the coins don't even matter, and they're just there for decoration. But... And yeah, Electro Dude, you know Samuel's levels quite well. I guess you have played the Cannonball pirate ship in an earlier incarnation. It was very freshly re-uploaded today, though, so... Let's do this once again. Nope. And, of course, once we fall out of position, I start rushing a bit and getting myself into even more trouble. Alright, up we go. Nope. Entered a little bit low there. That was almost okay. We really just need to turn one additional corner and then straighten out for the final ascent. I feel like we can do this. This requires a little bit of care and attention. And we're allowed maybe one mistake. And even that's going to set me back quite a bit. Anyway, really neat concept. I feel like there's a lot of potential for Upside Down World P-Balloon levels in general in terms of having something that still feels like standard gameplay, but which would have a lot of very unusual object behaviors. Because the thing that frustrates people about Upside Down levels, I think, is simply because they play so differently in a way that just scrambles any of your training or muscle memory and your pattern perception. But if the P-Balloon is still just operating like a normal P-Balloon, then that's no issue whatsoever. And what you're really doing is just fighting with unusual obstacle behaviors, like, you know, not only the seesaws here, but thwomps going up, or claws hanging towards the ceiling, or anything like that. Interesting thing with the pipes halfway in lava, it will block exits unless there is a block one tile away. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Is that why you have the... blue pipe? I see what you mean, I think. But I'd have to play with it myself to be sure. Yeah, so unless there's an on-off switch at the very end, it looks like we can't actually grab all the pig coins anyway, so they might just be a distraction. Hey, almost salvaging this. Almost. But unfortunately, I'm out of view, and I couldn't quite aim. I feel like we just... reduce one mistake, then we're probably going to be okay. Very easy to just play this impulsively, though, and it's always going to lead to a bit of trouble. Still overboosting as we try to adjust back into a diagonal. Okay, nope. Oh, no, definitely not. Samuel, you added some minigame rooms, difficulty select, replace some levels and sections, and made it more accessible. But when are we receiving the DLC? That's my question. And Lattice, welcome. Oh, you mean to your super world in general, not to the pirate ship level. I see. Okay. So yeah, Samuel, definitely let me know when you have finished revisions on the super world then, because since I've been putting it off anyway, I'd be very happy to show it off in its entirety. Particularly because I've been streaming much less Mario Maker lately, and I feel like it's time to get some more featured content back on the stream. Just barely made it. And yeah, it bumps you up there right away, so the pink coins are definitely a distraction. So you can see with the bottom left corner that those are the pipes that send you out when you enter one of the pipes off to the side in the vertical rooms. And that's why you kind of have the freeze frame back in the main section, and then you die immediately when you go back to the subworld afterwards. 41-second record. Very fancy. And Daddy Kess, thank you for getting me that summertime fun wave. Yours is going to be the last in the queue because I am going to be closing the queue as soon as I punch in the next code. So this is absolutely last call for anybody who wants to get anything in at the last minute. But we will mark this as a win. And we'll check for Vastfly. If Vastfly is still here. Video is garbled for you. How garbled are we talking about? Is it just some lag on my side, or is it something else? You let me know. We had a huge issue at the very beginning of the stream where I actually just had to reset completely. So it might just be something between you and Twitch, Male64, because I see no issues right now. I did have a few lag spikes earlier, but I should be okay. Thank you so much for the follow. Vazfly does not appear to be here, so we will probably remove and move on. Let me just check. Ziggsy, if you're still here, please check in. Ziggsy is here, okay. So we'll punch in Ziggsy's code, and then we are going to close the queue. But yeah, at the very beginning of the stream, right when I started stream, my whole display setup just went kaput, and I had to reset everything just as people were getting their levels into the queue. Anyway, Ziggsy, Sky Marathon 500 seconds, wow. And Poison Lake up here. Do let me know which one you want to see. I'm going to close up. Yeah, I'll scroll down your list and see what appeals. But first order of business is we will make sure the stream title reflects the fact that the queue is, for the moment, closed. And as usual, my policy is that I will try to get through everybody who is currently in the queue. So hopefully it's not too long a wait for the people remaining. But I usually go for several hours after closing if it's necessary. So I definitely won't leave anybody abandoned. So we'll pick one of these two. We can either do the troll or we can do the marathon. We can try to do the marathon. I don't necessarily know if we'll finish it, depending on how it's tuned, but we'll try it. 500 seconds, but given that it's a 1% clear rate, yeah, we'll see about that. No cheese this time, really. And yeah, Daddycast suggested levels are absolutely fine. There are some people who are regulars here who have already sent me all of the stuff that they made themselves. And so I do receive suggested levels all the time. We need to spin jump over the first section. So yeah, Ziggsy, like I said, I cannot guarantee that I'll actually finish this level because it looks like... I don't know how tight the timer will be, but... we'll see what we can do. Whoops, what's going on here? Okay. So we're losing a little bit of time just to reading this initially. And then we need to spin jump back. Standard jump looks like it's going to work just fine there, but we'll see if we need to take that seriously. So a bit of a looping structure that we need to be aware of here. Yeah, that's fine. That's still within range. Looks like we need to beat the P-switch for something. No, we would need to go over into the P-door at the very front. Okay, I see. I see. Oops, no, hang on. Let's just start over when we missed a triple jump, otherwise it's just going to be a pain. Actually, the triple jump's not absolutely required, it just saves a bit of time. Okay. Through this section. Okay. Yeah, the thing about markers, whoops, is that, okay, we need to take damage here and probably get a P-door at the very end, don't we? Let's explore, so we know what we're dealing with. I feel like we might have missed a P-switch. Yeah, the thing about level indicators in a level that has a looping structure to it, oh, we were supposed to pick up the POW on this side. Okay, so we lost too much time. But let's learn this properly so we can actually beat it on a further pass. So we come here, we kill, we wall jump, ZZ, and then... To finish my sentence, the thing about indicators in a level with a back and forth structure is that they can kind of mean multiple things depending on what direction you're facing. And so sometimes the indicators can be a little bit too noisy, where, you know, you're not necessarily clear on whether you're in the correct cycle where the indicator actually matters. And so I feel like that's a level that, you know, the obstacles are fine right now, but the actual reading of the level can get a little bit complicated that way. Like here, for instance, we have all these indicators facing the right, and then they all mean fire flower, independent of which direction you're facing, and I don't know about that. That's okay, we'll go through here, we'll grab the POW, we'll go through here, and we know now that it's going to be POW on the right side, followed by POW over here. No, spin jump. Okay. And Chess Bunzo, welcome. Hope you've been doing all right. Chess Bunzo, I don't know, you've been following the Scrabble Players Championship in Baltimore this weekend, which has been on stream during the day. I was unfortunately unable to make it as a player this year, or to the World Cup in the Chicago area a few weeks ago, but I've, of course, been following it from home. Catching which games I can. Whoops. Okay. Let's go over here. And up we go. And through we are. And you played in World Cup. Okay, I hope you had a great time. Yeah, I haven't been able to do much tournament travel lately, which is unfortunate. As the last over-the-board tournament I played would have been back in March, I think. Or possibly even February, I'm trying to remember. Whoops, there we go. I think it was March. Through the door. Nope, missing the triple jump. That's okay, triple jump is not actually strictly necessary unless we're tight on the timer. Okay. Yeah, we just need to buy as much time as possible. I feel like it's not going to be super tight, but we could always be wrong. We'll check the clear time afterwards if we do have a death that looks like it's going to be excessively close. Yeah, I'm not really fond of the C markers for every single Fire Flower or POW, especially because they all face towards the right regardless of which direction you're actually running in. I feel like that is a potential point of confusion. Oh, you need to run this 3 times. Okay, that's fine. We can do this, but then why would we need to run it 3 times then? If we... okay, P switch over here. And then, whoops. Okay, no, I don't understand why we would need to loop that 3 times, but maybe I just haven't gotten far enough to see the flow of it. Because I don't see any key door yet anyway. I do see the P door that suggests a reversal in that next segment, but we'll get there. And Samuel... Yeah, Samuel actually used to spend a lot of time in the Chicago area a couple of years ago. I haven't been there in some time, but... used to be there for personal travel all the time. Okay. That was before I started streaming Mario Maker, though. Anyway. Let's head over here. Sorry, I'm just a little focused on a level right now. I am behind on the chat, but we'll get there in good time, I'm sure. So yeah, it's 3 pink coins that necessitate you to run this segment 3 times, and I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work yet. But okay, we need run speed here, or we just die to it. Losing about 10 seconds to it, that's okay, we'll just keep going. Oops, I was skipping over to POW entirely, that's unfortunate. Zigzy, you know about backward C, but you found a forward C easier to see. To be honest, I don't think you need those for the fire flowers at all. I feel like even something simpler like an MTP block would have been better. But I generally find track indicators to be too noisy anyway. Like, I'm probably much less fond of them than many other streamers and players are, so... because I find that especially in a level that's reasonably complicated in structure, that, you know, it's very easy to just be overwhelmed with visual information. And even the POW throws are generally very obvious. Like, if you look at piranha plants like that, there's nothing you're going to do with them other than chuck a fire flower at them. Unless somebody is silly enough to try to damage boost through them, which you could probably do, because if you take 2 points of damage there, you can still grab a fire flower on the other side. So in that case, shooting them isn't really even required, I think, if I'm reading that correctly. But we'll see. It is all about gaining as much time as we can to make it through. Oh, whoops, too early on that. Yeah, triple jump is something that does require indication, because otherwise you won't really see it coming as something that's necessary. But I feel like some of the throw and fireball markers are probably a little bit excessive. And of course, some other players may disagree with me on that, and that's their prerogative. But yeah, I don't see why you can't just run through the piranha plants there, actually. In fact, I should have considered doing that. Anyway, let's try to stay focused here, and over a long stretch. We'll see how far we get. Like I said, can't guarantee I'll finish it, but whoops. We'll make it through as much as we can. Yeah, I know a lot of speedruns have, frankly, too many indications, but I feel like in general that's kind of a problem with a lot of things like indication systems in Mario Maker, is that a lot of people just kind of copycat what a lot of other level makers are doing and what they see in Endless or on streams or whatever. And they're not necessarily good ideas, and we just kind of become socially conditioned to this over time. And, okay, here we go. The platforming is fine, by the way. The platforming is actually a good difficulty tuning for something like a marathon level, in that, you know, nothing is particularly tight, but you do need to be consistent. And that's what a marathon level should be, where you don't want any individual obstacle to be particularly tricky, or to be very reflex dependent, but you do want it just challenging enough that the player can slip up and just make avoidable mistakes. Oops. Let's hope we haven't lost too much time here. And yeah, Zigzy, if I don't finish this one today, this will be a learning experience, and I'd be happy to continue it at another point. But we'll stay with it a little bit longer, because, like I said, everything that we've seen so far seems pretty reasonable. It's just a matter of how much time we're actually losing, which I can't quite gauge currently. So yeah, we'll need to be sure to run that in the correct sequence later so we don't redundantly enter any of the zones that we've already seen when we try to pick up all 3 coins. Okay, no, I see. The triangular track with the one-way panel there was confusing me because I thought I was going to fall through that segment or something. And that's the same place that I died on my best attempt much earlier on, in fact, to the exact same thing. I'm still continuing with this level. I just want to check your clear check time. Chess Bunzo, yeah, I'm doing well. I just unexpectedly lost 3 weeks of streaming because I was traveling for a little bit, and I thought I'd just have 1 week off. 7 minutes 32, okay. We're fine. And instead what happened was that I lost my voice for an additional week, and then I had all kinds of things piled up that I needed to catch up on afterwards, so in the end, I was kind of unexpectedly off stream for about 3 weeks. But I'm fine. I actually physically felt pretty okay, other than losing my voice for a bit. So yeah, we actually have some wiggle room. We can't make massive mistakes like missing the diagonal note blocks, but for the most part, we just need to be fairly clean. And yeah, I feel like Ziggsy having a minute of wiggle room in a level of this length is correct. It's the appropriate decision. So let me show you this. You can run through here with no issues if you don't want to stop to shoot fireballs. There's absolutely no reason that you need to hit the piranha plants. Other than style points, which obviously do matter quite a bit. Okay. And yeah, we're going to have little micro mistakes like that from time to time. We'll just need to hope that they don't add up to about 60 seconds. Yeah. This is costly. This is going to cost me 5 to 10 seconds every time, maybe. Okay. We'll need to loop this a couple times, I think. Yeah, the throw indicators there are useful because the munchers are going to be coming in from off-screen, and you need to throw when the munchers are still partly off-screen. So those indicators I agree with, except, of course, for their throw direction, which I think is kind of confusing. But that's a good example of a place where you do want indicators, because otherwise you just can't see where you're going. Because the camera scroll is always a little less forgiving when you're going right to left than when going left to right. Just given the way the camera logic works in terms of when it chooses to scroll. Okay. We switch over here, and then we hit the P door at the very end. 373 on the clock at this point. Triple jump, or we can lose a bit of time. And then once again, we do a bounce back. Yeah, pretty simple. We just need to not miss. Oops. And yeah, as you can see, lots of room for little mistakes here and there that may add up by the time we're done. And we're going to have a flower check over here. 343 in that area. And then, yeah, we need to do this 3 times then in order to get the 3 pink coins. So it looks like, as far as the speedrun levels go, this is, unless there are some spawn blocking or state changing mechanisms involved, we just need to be consistent over 3 passes and not forget which coins we have already obtained. Given that we've basically already seen the level then, unless there are some surprise state changes, which there shouldn't be. Okay. Obviously, I'm not really doing anything to try to break this as well. I'm just mostly focusing on trying to get the clear. But if I'm correct, we should be able to make it over to the key door segment soon enough. Now, this is where we need to focus in terms of picking the right key coin location. Because we cannot go through the bottom row. And also, we can't make too many mistakes here, because if we keep losing time over here, we're in big trouble. But we've basically seen everything we need to know at this point. At least up until we hit the key. Okay. Now let's focus on the key coin location. It's going to come up pretty soon. Right here. Okay, there we go. Middle layer is probably going to be the trickiest one to deal with, so we'll have to be careful with that. Afterwards, coming in at 235. Okay, got a P-switch over here. Yeah, this area here always throws me off slightly. Because of the one-way panel configuration. 216. It is a lock there if you missed a P-switch, I think. We're going to miss a triple jump, but I don't think that's going to cost me too much time. But like I said, things do add up. Also, we didn't manage to get the spring on the way down, which is a potential issue. And down we go. Okay, 188 through here. I feel like we were at like 343 or something last time, so we kind of expended half my time. And we're obviously a little bit suboptimal in many places here, and given the length of this level, it's likely to add up. Okay, let's not lose track. I need about 10 seconds once I enter the key door. Good to know. We'll see. I feel like I am going to start to run pretty tight, especially if I make the same mistake I did earlier with the diagonal note blocks or with this. Oh, P-switch is not going to be an issue, but we do need the damage boost, so we lost a little bit of time there as well. That's okay. We'll see how close we are. Okay. Finger on the Y button is starting to get a little bit sore from all the running around, but we'll... Oh, nope, there we go. This is a problem every time. Oh, that's a mistake. Not too costly a mistake, I hope, but whoops, this is costly. We also nuked both munchers, by the way, which means that I actually have an additional POW block. Not that I can take it with me. Slowed me down slightly, in fact. 99 seconds. Okay. We'll have to see. I think it's going to be tight. We'll see how tight. Okay, made it. Good. That one worried me a little bit. So. I was legitimately concerned. And, well, yeah. Missed a spring. That's okay. We think it's okay. Might not be. 57 seconds. We'll see. Yeah, Zigzy, if I fail this attempt, I don't know if I'll put in additional attempts this session because it's just because of the length of the level, but as you can see, it is probably doable for me. Even if we don't get it this attempt. I feel like we've seen what we need to know. And we still need to do the final 10 seconds at this point. We've got 30 seconds on the clock, so we're actually possibly okay. We race to start to the icicle. That's very important to do. Refreshing special. And that's a THX with 19 seconds on the clock. Yeah, quite nice. My only complaint is the indication. The platforming itself is great. I don't even mind a triple loop necessarily because it is very much a consistency check. And it was fun. I feel like getting the middle coin in that set of 3 pink coins was a potential point of failure that could have been very embarrassing, but we made it. And thank you for all the GGs. I'm going to catch up on the chat a little bit. Yeah. I don't think I missed anything too critical. Yeah, of course, Zixi, I mean, people can always see your clear time and realize that they do have a minute or an error margin, but if they don't know how much is left at the end, I think that sometimes they could potentially just rush the coins instead of being careful, but I know that if I left the middle coin for last, I probably would have tried to be careful regardless. But anyway, I think the margin of error is actually decently comfortable. Enough to create some tension and not so tight that you need to hit every trampoline or something silly. Nintenium. Then let me check what the list is like after that. Yeah, we should be able to get through everyone, I think. Nintenium, if you'd like to check in, we'll punch yours in at any moment. I do see Nintenium on the lurking list, so we'll just bump him back 1 spot if there's no check-in right now, if he's AFK or something. Because I do know Awesome Lamp is here from the GG message up above. So we might do Awesome Lamp first. And we'll give Nintenium a second call after that. So Awesome Lamp, I assume, once again, this will be a Super World continuation, so Super World rules as usual will apply. For those who don't know, when we have Super Worlds that have a very quick series of levels, we keep going when we're within the first 15 minutes or so, and we just keep adding levels to the pile. And that system seems to work best for traditional Super Worlds that have a lot of short creations. So let's continue. Let's see how far along we are. Let's not accidentally hit new game. Anyway, World 4. Let's do it. Icicle Underpass. Whoops. Still in speedrun mode after the previous level. And let's go. Of course, we'll be grabbing some optional content along the way. And waiting for everything to respawn afterwards. That was reasonably satisfying. I feel like this is new material. No, it's not. I've played this one before. It has just been a very long time since I looked at some of the stuff in the early worlds. This looks like something... oh, not optional, perhaps, but... what's this all about? Oh, yes, okay. That's a little tight, but we made it. Looks like this was a bonus area anyway. I feel like that should have been doable without damage. But it would have been a pretty tight fit if I were not Super Mario and couldn't just jump through the upper stack. It looks like I was probably supposed to descend from the upper stack, or at least drop it completely first, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's keep going. Okay, Freeze Flame Fortress. I've been dabbling a little bit in Galaxy from time to time again. And this, of course, this Fire and Ice mashup reminds me immediately of its namesake. This little ice segment here, though, is much more like NSMB Wii. There's a very notable level in one of the special worlds, I think, that is all about ice melting underfoot from piranhas everywhere. I think it was NSMB Wii. It's been... Whoop. Let's not run right away like that. It's been long enough that I don't quite recall. Yeah, so you can't actually run across that and beat the burners to it, I don't think. It would be very difficult anyway to risk that. Anyway, good old traditional platforming with a couple of candles here and there. NSMB 9-7, yeah. I feel like we probably had this conversation before, but that's what happens. It's actually been a long time since I played NSMB Wii. Oh, whoops. Okay, let's not rush this too quickly without watching my step. I wonder if the alignment of those Podoboos on track depend on how quickly you spawn them in on camera, but whether there's any room for inconsistency there. Yeah, I still have to do Impossible Pack, and in fact I have to buy Impossible Pack before the 3DS eShop is taken offline. Whoops. Because that's one notable piece of official Mario content I've never played. I actually didn't know it was considered the hardest 2D Mario level. I wouldn't have thought of it that way. NSMB 9-7? Yeah, no. I mean, it was a very memorable level, but I never thought of it as being peak difficulty of the series. I feel like maybe 1 or 2 levels in New Super Luigi U are probably a little bit tougher than that. I remember I had a lot of trouble with the Firebar level in New Super Luigi U, and now that I've played so much Mario Maker, I think back to that Firebar level, which is just really running through lots and lots of timed Firebars, and it feels like it's something that would be absolutely bog standard from a Mario Maker perspective, where I just barely feel its impact nowadays. But I don't know what I would consider the hardest standard Mario content. I feel like there's a lot of stuff in SMB 1 that's actually much more difficult than people give it credit for, simply because unless you know the infinite one-up trick and don't skip most of the game through the warp zones, so you can actually get the infinite one-up trick done. With limited room for error, a lot of SMB 1 is actually still harder than anything Nintendo has thrown at us since. And depending on your skill set and your habits, of course. And Mail64, I'll think about which level you're talking about in just a minute when I have a moment to stop. Yeah, you're saying that it's harder than anything that New Super Luigi U threw at you. Like I said, it's been too long since I played it for me to make an accurate comparison. But yeah, you know, when you've played a lot of Mario Maker, I think your sense of difficulty definitely alters quite a bit. You know, this level here, by the way, with all these slopes is, speaking of NSMB, actually kind of similar to some of the penguin levels in NSMB Wii and U, I believe. Yeah, it's surprising what you do die to in Standard Mario when you return to it after a lot of Mario Maker. I think, because it's very easy to get complacent about that and think, oh, you know, this is just standard traditional Mario fare. We can do that very easily now that we've contended with much tougher obstacles, but then sometimes things can catch you off guard. Yeah, it was a while back in 2020, I think, when I was going through all of 2D Mario again, but then I didn't really get through all of NSMB at that time, because I think I just kind of got absorbed in Mario Maker again after the 3.0 patch for it. Which was also why I never wound up streaming ROM hacks in Super Mario World. I was getting all set up to do that, and that was right when Mario Maker just grabbed my attention all over again, so... Oh, looks like we can go to the other side. That's okay, we'll use these bullets. Do a little bit of extra secret hunting. And yeah, Dedicasp, when we get Super Worlds in the queue, I play them in sets where I punch in levels for the first 15 minutes or so we can get through traditional worlds quickly. And it's a pretty standard thing I do on my stream, so we can kind of do worlds in chunks. So this is still one submission. We're only a few minutes into it, so... I find that I'd rather do this than having people who make short traditional levels re-queue for every single creation. Because it's not much of a wait anyway, right? Like, it's still shorter than most single levels that I play on viewer levels. So we'll definitely get through World 4 and possibly even a little bit of World 5, given that we're only about 10 minutes in, I think. Anyway, we'll bump the mushroom, which is very satisfying, given that we avoided the bumper issue with it. Yeah, wall jumps can save me here if I'm careful. This is an interesting pipe. That looks like it's totally a secret. Okay, it's a bouncy Lemmy secret, in fact, which is even better. This is a very DKC-like bonus room, in some ways. Except without bananas. But everything is yellow, so close enough to the bananas for comfort. Okay. Now we're satisfied. Yeah, nice little Lemmy room there, just making use of that remaining mini-boss budget. Let's be really careful here. Not hit the icicles needlessly. Okay. Really messing that up. But no, we're through, and we'll get checkpoint, and we'll even go for the 10 coin. And then... Okay, whoops, nope. Just kind of misjudged my positioning there. We got pretty close to getting through it though, so nothing to worry about. Yeah, high bounce and twirl has been my method here. I don't know if that's necessarily the clever thing to do, but we'll just need to watch out for the emergency rescue wall jumps when they do happen. Yeah, because I feel like short bounces are actually what you should be doing with the low ceiling here in some places. But that's okay. We're surviving. And actually, just centering myself on the bumpers is probably the most important thing. Giving myself a little bit of room to proceed. And then we'll grab that. And through we go. And as Lemmy, with 3 remaining Lemmys that were not already used in a bonus room. Okay, we'll need to be pretty careful here. Good simple concept for a Lemmy fight, actually, just to get extra balls going in the arena, so you still have some ball spawns when he's in his shell phase. It's such a simple concept. All you do is just pull up 3 Lemmys on a screen and make 2 of them inaccessible, but it actually works really well as a Lemmy fight. It's always satisfying to see a simple Koopaling room that's still mechanically interesting to play through. I feel like a lot of people try to go for that with traditional Koopaling fights, and that it's hard to make them kind of stand out in a satisfying way. But here it works. And we just need to not get bumped now. And we're through. 3 1-ups for the Super World, since we're skipping the baseball huts. And Awesome Lamp, we'll probably have room for maybe 1 or 2 more in World 5. And then we will move on. But I feel like we can probably do 1 or 2 levels, given the difficulty tuning we see right now. That was quite a nice castle, actually. I quite liked the way that the bumpers synergized with Lemmy. That it was a very Lemmy-like concept throughout the entire level, simply because you were bouncing everywhere. I can see also with the world map here that you've got the Forest of Illusion thing going as well. Trying to do the Forest of Illusion loop-de-loop, or simulate it with what you have available. Oop, nope. Let's see if we can hit this then. Oh, never mind. That's okay, we can attempt it again this way? No, we'll not reach it. Let's just continue this way then. Almost kind of like a Sonic the Hedgehog structure to it, where you just have huge verticality with multiple paths, where sometimes you'll just miss a path and you just move on. Whoops. Now, I guess the similarity of the color scheme to Green Hill Zone adds to that effect. Oh, that's it already, because we missed all the optional stuff, basically. We can see we can still make a climb up there, but I feel like we've kind of missed that opportunity by quite a margin at this point, and I likely will not be able to get back up. But I'm sure people who are at least even minimally familiar with Sonic, and I'm not that familiar with Sonic, but if you are even minimally aware of it, the kind of structural similarity does jump out at me. Okay, we'll do probably just 1 more Awesome Lamp, and then we'll move on to the next person in queue. Ghost House is probably a puzzle, right? I love doing the puzzles, but we'll probably just do 1 quick one for now. And Sam will thanks once again for the pirate ship earlier in the stream. Like I said, looking forward to the full Super World, but I'd be happy to do any playtesting for you while you're still working on re-uploads in the meantime. I can smash through all this, what I want to. Yes. You want to take a crate through with me? Also probably yes, but let's check this first for mushrooms. Nope, never mind. And here's a Porky Puffer. Porky Puffers, I would say, in standard Nintendo Mario are actually one of the things I have the most trouble with, for some reason. terror of the seas. And there's a 30 coin back there. Unfortunately, whoops, no, bad idea. I thought I could just get over it. And yeah, let's just go again. Might as well play with the crate. But yeah, you do need to take a little bit of a risk to play around with the Porcupuffer and go for the 30 coin. Terrifying creatures, these things. But here is where you can go for the 30. And then I'm just holding the crate in case we can do something interesting with it, but you know, in case it gives me an extra tile of height that turns out to be useful. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that this level will kind of take you down into these little dips and rises, just enough for Porcupuffer to pose a little bit of risk. Especially in areas like this. Let's get out. Never mind. The problem with holding the crate, of course, is that I'm not giving myself the flexibility to twirl if I need to reposition. Not that the 3D World twirl is very good in the first place. It throws me off that it has such a different arc than one in SMP. Nope. Chomped. Alright, up we go. Yeah, just need to watch some of the donut block timings here. That was a little unfortunate. And we'll just need to scroll between left and right, I think, to position the fish properly. Getting so far off camera when he's down below, though, definitely poses a bit of a risk, but perhaps not a critical one. I'll occasionally be checking trees for mushrooms, but I don't think we've been seeing tree power-ups at all, really, so they're mostly just safety points. Dodge to Puffer as necessary. Here's a Goomba coming in, raw screen, very threatening in its own right. Okay, there we go. Stayed on the platform, that's helpful. There we go, bit of a close call. I feel like there are definitely lots of circumstances that will lead that to not line up so nicely, but we made it. We'll let him go to the left first. I'm supposed to run this, aren't I? But we'll hit the checkpoint and ask questions later, after we lose the power-up. Whoa, there we go. And then we swim. Now this is where the crate would have been useful, if we had kept a crate for swimming purposes. But of course that opportunity had long passed us by. Whoa. Thought I could duck out of that soon enough, and that was not the case. But we are right after checkpoint, so that should be fine. Alright, let's keep going. Nope. Thought I could wall jump over it, and that was not well planned either. A lot of very subtle Porcupuffer traps in the design of this level. A lot of places where you can get into trouble. Especially with the alternating beat blocks. always had to ask myself, is it Beat Blocks or Beat Blocks? And the answer is actually it's both, because they changed the name of it between 3D Mario games, I believe. It's one of those in Galaxy 2 and another one in 3D World, and I can never remember which is which. I think it's Beat Block in 3D World because there's that level called the Beat Block Skyway. But I believe they actually have used both terms interchangeably. Unless they mean obstacles that are actually subtly a little bit different from each other, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Okay, this will help me swim, but it will not help me twirl. Whoops. And I will just die to the Goomba, which is embarrassing. Yeah. Lengthy survival segment here, but we'll make it. The thing about the Porky Puffer is that I often find myself playing reactively, rather than having some kind of consistent pattern to work with. But if we have the right alternation between left and right and that guy, we shouldn't be in too much of a bind. Let's watch out for Goombas that come at me suddenly, like that. Oh, whoops. Ran into that guy right away. Right after I said, let's watch for Goombas that come at me suddenly. Also, using crates to reposition myself like that is something I should have considered. That we can use that to cross the water from time to time. Not here, of course, because the crates were active already. Anyway, whoa. There we go. Narrow escape. Let's not hug the auto-scroll too tightly, once again, because of the Goomba problem that nearly caught me off guard once again. And this is going to be it. Okay, we'll bail out of the Super Wall at this point, so thank you, Awesome Lamp, for that so far. This is second and final call for Nintenium. If Nintenium doesn't check in, we will skip and move on. I think Nintenium may have bailed out already, so we'll just check the list here and see what we have coming. Looks like Mang will be next. Mang, Adam, Daddy, Kesp, and the Green Heroes. We should be able to get through all of those. Mang, like I said, I may have already played everything on the MangMang69 profile. I'll check if that's the case. Not accounting for re-uploads, of course, which I would be happy to play as well. If it is the case, then we will look at your old maker code instead. Because, yeah, I did play Hot Pot Slingshot on stream the last time that it was on stream with Mario Maker a few weeks ago. And I did make sure to show off a couple of the things that people did not show off on the GDQ broadcast itself, like the cat bell at the very end and anything like that. Yeah, so we had done the early versions of all three of these. So if you want to see something new, we'll actually go to your old profile. Which I almost certainly have sitting here somewhere on my massive 100 follow list, but yeah, we'll dig it up. Let's find my massive follow list, which we'll mask because we're going to keep it a secret why I'm at the cap of 100. It's a secret to everybody. So you don't know what kind of secret playtesting projects we have going on. It has to be way down because the old Mang profile has not been used for a while, so I have to browse. Oh, I think I found it. And we have to scroll way down for this as well. As usual, we're going to save Space Bunny 3 until we've done Space Bunny 2. But we have to go way down the list. Stealing from document. Well, that always sounds like a good idea. I'm surprised I haven't played this one. I feel like it's familiar. But I might have seen it on Supernova stream or somebody else who's been doing a marathon run of Mang levels. I don't know, because this was uploaded back in April 2020. So regardless, I'm sure it will feel like a very fresh experience. Make sure to press jump immediately when hitting the note block. Well, let's see. Oh, yeah. Gravity and momentum. This is classic Mang for sure. This is very much classic Mang, in fact. Okay, we need to bump into the trampoline much better than I've been doing, because we're not getting enough of a bounce. The description said hit jump. Wait, hang on. Let's read the description again. Also, I'd hit the brick, this 666 plays, but we already broke it, so make sure to press jump immediately when hitting the note block. We'll do it. We'll have to work on that. Hit jump immediately when hitting the note block. Why would that be? Hang on. Probably because we need to hold full momentum into it. Oh, it's something broken that you can't make anymore from what you're telling me. This is old low-gravity physics, so no directional inputs on the bounces. Okay, that's why it's so unfamiliar to me. This was uploaded, in fact, right before the 3.0 patch, if I'm not mistaken. No directional inputs on the bounces. Okay. I don't remember these mechanics, this thing. Oh, okay, okay. And then we need to get enough height off of that. I see. Okay, so we hug the wall whenever we make the landing. We need to bounce back and then bounce again. I see. I had completely forgotten this about the old bounce physics, in fact. They fixed it the day after you uploaded it. Yeah, glad you got that just in time. I guess, though, you would have already known a patch was coming. You just wouldn't have known that they were patching this specifically, right? Because they did roll out the announcement trailer for the patch a few days in advance. I remember. But of course, it just looks like a content patch, and there was no telling what they would patch in terms of the game mechanics. I completely forgot how this used to work. And so, like I said, we're learning this all over again. That's the pleasure of going back to these levels from early period Mang. I know you had to delete a lot of old content to make room on your first profile as well. Whoops, we need to get a jump there. So I hope you didn't lose too much that can no longer be re-uploaded in any form. Whoops. Okay, we need to jump again. Nope, missed it. Yeah, I needed to hug the wall into the descent. So we needed to crank our way all the way over. Nope. We'll need to work on a jump timing. There we go. Oh, nope. Not quite. Yeah, once we get the bounce, then we should hold the direction though too. Make sure I can sail over. Or should I? Green Heroes, are you telling me it's not informative enough for Nintendo to say they've made changes to affect the vague stability of the player experience? Whoops. You know what? I should actually just do a double bounce if I have trouble making it over. I should just land on the same note block a second time. If I can. Hang on. Okay. There we go. That should do it. Nope, and then we land a second time to readjust. That's how it works. We need to lower the thwomp, and then we go back to the vine, and then we do the second bounce before the thwomp comes back up. If it comes back up. I didn't see if there was a one-way panel or something. Okay. But yeah, I need to adjust. I mean, I should be able to do it with just consecutive bounces, but we'll see if we can make it work. I think maybe I was not supposed to hit any directional inputs going into the reverse bounce as well. I feel like maybe that was a mistake. Just bounce directly, and yeah, it's better to just not hit anything. And I don't entirely understand why, but that's because it's old game knowledge that no longer applies. So we'll definitely need to reverse out of that thwomp. And yeah, so no inputs on either side bounce. Because that's the thing that was messing me up. Nope, not even close. So we just need to figure out which column we'll use to start cutting momentum against that thwomp. Yeah, so the inputs are easier than they look. In a deceptive way. Okay. Note once again, I made a directional error, but that's okay, we salvaged it. Nope, hang on. Thanks for that one-way panel. I'm not fast enough, though. We need to rotate around much faster. L64, you have to go. Yeah, thanks for showing me your new level today. I'm sure there's a lot more we'll see about it with further attempts. But a lot of fun to be had on that hot air balloon. Whoop. No, I once again messed up with the directional input. We just need to trust the bounce. And that's the main thing here, that we just need to let go, trust that things will work out, and that the bounce timing on the jump button is the main thing that matters. Directional input should actually be avoided. Whoops. Except for little mid-air adjustments like this. And this. Okay. Interesting sequence over here. Oh, looks like we have a timed element, if I can actually make it over. Or we'll need to go through the gate. That Podoboo gate reminds me of a similar Podoboo gate in a much more recent Meng level, and I'm trying to remember which one. Because there's one bouncy level that has a similar obstacle near the very end. I think it was one of the mole ones, but I can't quite recall. Because I've just played so many of these. You start to recognize the Meng tropes after a while. In their various forms. Whoop, there we go. There we go. Trust the timing here. There we go. And go immediately. And then if we drop, then we will open the gate. This will be interesting, but... Oh no. Absolutely wrong. I mean, as a Mang level, usually you can trust that the first cycle that's available is going to work as the correct timing, but we don't always manage to hit that. And of course, there's a lot of variance to how that drop will occur. Whoops. Yeah, that drop down to the vine area on the left. Let's see here. There we go. Getting a little bit better at the bounces themselves. Blue Blur, that's actually the wrong code because I changed to Meng's older maker code when I discovered that I played all the content on the newer one that you see there, so somebody will need to give Blue Blur the maker code for this one. But the name of this level is Stealing from Document and is from April 2020 on the old Mang profile. And welcome, Blue Blur. Nice to see you here. Okay, so if I just hit tap jump, I don't think I should climb down to bounce. I need to fall into it, right? But I'm not really sure, because maybe if I climb down to bounce, it's fine. I should actually try just climbing down for it. No, I need to hit jump to do that. If I climb down and hit jump at the same time, then, like, when I make contact with a note block, then perhaps that works. But yeah, Blue Blur, nice to have you back. I haven't been here in a while either myself. I was off for a few weeks unexpectedly. And okay, just enough time to do that. Let's see, because I feel like this won't be the only place where we need to figure out how to do the Vine Launcher. Nope. No, we'll just fall into it the standard way, I think. As things are crossing over, like that. Bonsai. Hold into it. Duck. And that's very Mang-Mangy, except we probably needed the second bounce on the trampoline when it went up, and I didn't realize that. Having not seen that obstacle before. Anyway. Oops. Oh, nope. Thought I could adjust there, and that was a mistake. Up we go. And yeah, enough forward momentum to work with over there. And here, yeah, we'll jump rather than using Divine as everything's coming down. Whoop. Didn't back out quickly enough. But the Podoboo timing is fine. For the Podoboo timing, I'm going as they are about to cross over in the middle. That seems to give me the best opening to work with afterwards. There we are. Oh, no, no, no. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to let go of Divine. So that was just player error happening there. As we made an incorrect adjustment. There as well. That's okay, we're steadily learning this. I'm not too concerned. Up we go. Yeah, I think I backed out a little bit late, I want to say. That positional adjustment was not quite right to begin with. Nope, we'll readjust. There we go. And of course, I'm sure that playing this level will mechanically mess me up with a lot of post-patch low gravity afterwards. Anyway, as they're crossing over, we bounce. Nope, too late. Too much of a jump, actually. I wanted to do a shorter jump than that. I know Divine is probably set up to be used as a launcher for just lowering yourself directly into the block, but I just don't trust my jump timing for that. I'd rather jump instead, even though it makes the timing a little bit more tricky to coordinate. Oops. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one. That location. Okay. Up we go. Getting a little more fluent on the early jumps, at least. This one's still troublesome. There's some self-inflicted errors, but... Nope. Luckily, we didn't go so far as to spawn the bonsai. Okay, now we need to... that's not how it works. We need to launch the spring and then hit it when it's in midair. And that's still the furthest that I've been able to get, because there's something to that obstacle that we don't understand from a controls perspective just yet. And we'll get there. Okay. No. Oh, don't like that, because it spawns the bonsai prematurely. So you have a limited amount of room to correct if you miss that bounce, because if you go too far, you spawn a bonsai before you're ready for it, and it's not in position for you to get the necessary bounce. So it's possible to die to the camera there, if you whiff the first bounce too badly. And then here we go. Okay, that's fine. Barely made it, but no complaints. No. I guess I still don't completely understand some of the side bounce and directional input interaction in this version of the mechanics, because I feel like that's still a difficult one to set up there. Unless there's something that I'm just supposed to trust with the timing and spacing that I'm not hitting. With that element where I'm supposed to go up to the spring. Nope. Thankfully not within bonsai range. Now are we going to go down? Yes, we are. Well, yeah, no, so you do need to land on that, but then you basically need to fall towards a spring, and towards that sideways trampoline without having a directional input active at the time that you make contact. So you need to let go of the directional button when you make contact, I think. And that's the main thing that's giving me trouble here. Because it does go against instinct in some ways. Now let's get over here. Let's watch the timing. That was a close one. We managed it. No. Too low on the bounce, actually. That area is still as far as I've been able to get. We'll need to find something consistent in case I'm back there many times in a row. Okay, back here we go. Launch this guy, and we're back over here. Nope. Wait for it to cross. Nope. Readjust before we get too far. And over. So all of this stuff is getting more consistent at least. Then we need to go over here and bounce like that, and then I'm missing right at the very end. So we need to hold right after that bounce. And that should have been obvious, but I'm still kind of adjusting my muscle memory to the mechanics that we see here so far. That's still going to be just part 1, and we'll have a part 2 after that we need to deal with. After the up pipe entrance, which we may or may not hit with the most accuracy. Nope, let's wait. That was mistimed. Too high a jump again because we're failing to account for low gravity. Probably is easier to just drop on Divine, but we would need to practice that first. Up we go. Plenty of room over that thwomp. Nope, too close. And that spawned a bonsai, so once again, we need to hug that wall pretty much immediately. That's okay. Just a couple of little fixes should sort this out. Back down we go. That was risky, but we made it. Okay, good. Ideally, I'd like to learn how to do that without the adjustment, but we need an adjustment, we'll take it. Whoops. Once again, we need to have no directional input at the point of contact. I had to break a lot of habits here. We'll make it eventually. Death to Spies, rating with a party of 13. We'll say hello to you in just a moment. Death to Spies, hope the Mario Maker stream was going well on your end. I don't know if you were doing music making as usual or playing some other people's levels, but whatever it was, hope it was fun. And welcome, Catherine Beefheart, with the raid. Whoops. You kind of did everything. Always a good way to set up a stream program. Well, okay, let's remember what to do with the physics here. And bounce, bounce. Yeah, we're currently on an old Mang level from April 2020, before this mechanic was patched out. Let's see if we can get this timing down. And this. There we go. Getting that on the first try for once. Up pipe. Yes, there we go. Got it. This is the most Mang thing you've ever seen. Absolutely. The only thing that's missing so far is Boom Boom. And maybe the Mang face, but we just haven't found it yet. But everything is side bounces and low gravity, and so it's classic Mang to the core. Let's not hit this every single jump, though. Even with the twister here. Oh, okay, so twister mechanic... Well, I mean, it's just a twister. I shouldn't be thinking about hugging the wall like I've been doing for all of the other drops, but I've perhaps been conditioned towards certain habits throughout this level. So, up we go. We need to redo this one, I think. Okay, and then, so we hug the one-way panel, we bounce up to the other twister, and then the dry bones does something. It's going to spring all the way up. Probably giving me something to jump on, but we'll deal with it when it matters. No, we need to, once again, avoid the early directional input. No sound effect down here, I'm disappointed. Maybe in the corner, tucked away. Hang on. Let's move up. Ah, I see. Okay. So once again, we actually don't want to bounce against the trampolines there. We're only using the note block as a launcher. And that's something we had seen before in the previous section. We just need to pay attention to it. And that when the trampolines are not trapped by blocks above, we should assume that they are launchers, especially when they have the coin indication there to tell me that such a thing is going on. Okay, fire bars galore. I see, we need to jump towards the launcher on the right side with good timing. We should actually... No. Yeah, if we know that the timing is not working out, then we hit up to grab the vine on the way over. but it's going to work out. Through the up pipe. And there we go. Well, speaking of being conditioned by the level, that's what happens. I thought, oh great, we'll just hug the wall and everything will just work out automatically without any additional player input, because that's how life goes in a level like this. As it turns out, that's not how life goes in a level like this. Whoops. No. Thought I could reverse that. Yeah, I thought after the up pipe I would not necessarily go home free. I mean, in more recent Mang creations, you start expecting things like optional hard modes, especially when one checkpoint is still unused. But back in classic Mang, nope, just a straight up troll. Not even a troll necessarily, because it's entirely self-inflicted and everything is visible. It's just that you have to break your conditioning, and that's the only way to achieve true victory. Okay, let's see if we can get so lucky this time. Yes, we can. No, we can't. Whoa, no, hang on. What do we even do here? It can't just be... Oh, actually, no, I just need to pull out of the bounce, don't I? No, because I just pick up too much speed. We need to rethink that completely, because, of course, I'm not making good mental calculations in low gravity either when it comes to just stomping on the note block directly. I think I just need to stomp on a note block directly, and I think that should get me over, but I'm not really convinced. That's okay. It's a quick return to this section here. Yeah, too bad this is unre-uploadable as a concept. Not that you need to re-upload for any mechanical reasons, but, you know, just to make it extra mangy. With the optional boom boom and the Mang face and everything like that. Although maybe we just missed all the secrets. Anyway, thank you for that, Mang. We will get to Atom, who has been waiting very patiently just to see a 30-second speedrun. And then Daddy Caspin and Green Heroes. We'll see how we're doing for time afterwards, in case we can bring in anybody who just came in with the Depth to Spies raid, or anybody who has shown up recently. Regardless, why did I enter this? TV2, okay. There we go. But we'll see how we're doing for time after we finish the main queue first. Super Night Spinner. A tight 30 seconds, a full spin jump. ZL and ZR, joke's on you. I'm using the Super Nintendo controller. I only have L and R available to me. Actually, no, I do have the ZL and ZR, but they're kind of the inside shoulder button. That's difficult to reach. Hold at the ice blocks, which is the thing that I do associate with these Atom levels, which is usually my point of failure. Let's see it. So it's going to be full spins and... yeah, that's how it works. Lots of spinning, in fact. Oh, we missed a coin. How did I miss it? Oh, probably because I'm... Well, I missed something. Probably because we needed to do a standard jump there instead, if we're following instructions, but... No, because then we can't just run off of that because of a spike, right? So I think it is full spin jumps everywhere, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, and then there's a second loop here that takes you to the bottom. That's why. So we don't need to deal with the coin yet. We just spin jump at every ice block, and then we loop around from the other door that takes you back afterwards. So yeah, there are 2 passes through this entire section here. So if we miss some things, that's actually completely expected. I missed the spin. But okay, that takes you to about the halfway point at about 16 seconds, so that is understandable. So yeah, this is a hold spin level. You just need to not be too distracted by the ice blocks that are not currently relevant. 12 seconds at a door, that should be fine. Then we get a star. Oh, whoop, missed a spin. And then everything's just going to be a disaster. Because we were supposed to hit that. And also push through the Goomba stack up top, so... Anyway, whoops, nope. Something was wrong there. I didn't manage to make the spin. I hit the ice block from below instead, so... Definitely missed something in terms of jump positioning. Need to be fairly exact in terms of reacting to the ice blocks. Nope, that's the mistake I'm making. I am coming in low on that jump. Probably not doing a good enough a job of holding onto the shoulder buttons for dear life. Nope, hang on. That's a mistake. Yeah, when it says hold, it does mean hold. So, can't let actual platforming habits take over, you just need to trust the indications and behave the way the level wants you to. Yeah, that's reasonably satisfying. Interesting little physics change there too, with the same jumps, but with star momentum carrying you just a little bit higher and further with the on-off switch toggle as well, so... Yeah, pretty satisfying run through that one. Super Night Spinner. I like the way that it still works even if doubled up, even though I guess the way that it works is that the star manages to push through everything on a second pass anyway, and so you don't actually need to worry too much about timing things to make the second loop make sense. Worked out well. Let's mark it as a win, and Daddy Cast, thank you so much for your patience as we'll get to your recommended level right away. And thank you so much, Adam, for waiting so long for yours as well. It was my pleasure to play it. Summertime Fun Wave. Inspired by a Summertime Fun Challenge, you made a Desert Wave level. So this is by T Phantom, and it's got about a 0.5 on it. Yeah, we'll see it through. Not your level, but just a cool favorite. There's some difficulty to it, but it's excitingly different. Let's see. I don't know if this is going to be a blue skull wave or a different kind of wave, but we'll find out. Might be 0.5 in difficulty, partly because it's so popular as well, so... Yeah, it is a blue skull wave. One of the classic mechanics dating back to Mario Maker 1. I've seen some pretty interesting stuff with it in Maker 2 as well. And this one will have the angry sun to it. That's going to be the twist here. You'll be surfing in the sun. And yeah, you can theoretically go through the slope, but I think you're supposed to go over. Ride the wave. Yeah, we definitely need to let the wave get ahead a little bit so we have something to land on. I don't even remember who originated this back in Maker 1. But it was all over the place. Anyway, it totally makes sense for all the sea creatures like the Cheep Cheeps and Bloopers to be kicked up by the wave into the middle of the desert. Okay. And up we go. We can just jump those, in fact. Ride the wave. We'll see. Every interaction here is kind of a standard platforming challenge. We just need to watch things carefully. Oh, that's going to get me into trouble. Yeah, we need lots of forward momentum at that point to make it from one spot to the next. Anyway, once again, let's ride the wave. So then we need a bit of practice with a surfboard. Here we go. You know, in Mario Maker 3, if they do the right thing and put in the power up that this game really needs, which is the penguin suit, it would be interesting to see how that interacts with concepts like this. Especially if you have the slipperiness in the ice world. Also, I noticed that sound is down. I don't know how long that's been down, but I'll fix it up. Because I just noticed that our sound had gone kaput. It might have been like that for a while, in fact. I'll be right back. And hopefully this doesn't blow up the whole stream as I try to do a quick reset. If it does blow up the whole stream, I'll let you know and I'll just log back in. We typically have sound glitch out at some point in the Mario Maker stream, but it's been fairly forgiving today. Okay, shipping back. So hopefully we didn't lose too much sound in either this or the previous level. And hopefully pausing there didn't throw off my wave synchronization too much either. And once again, you do need to ride that and jump ahead. Record on this is about 30 seconds, I think, so it's actually fairly short, 26 seconds, so it's not a great deal of survival to work with. And the pacing is going to be controlled by the wave anyway, so it's not like we can really skip ahead unless there's a particular bounce pattern on the Cheep Cheeps that allows you to cheese everything, but should not actually be that difficult. Whoops, as long as we don't land quite like that. I see sound is down again, actually. So it's just been glitching out like crazy. I don't know why this level in particular has been doing that, but we'll try to ensure that it fixes a bit more permanent this time. Just give me a moment. because I swear we did actually momentarily fix it. If we need to leave it as is, we'll leave it as is, if it just keeps on glitching out. But I do want it to be functional. Okay, let's try it again. I'll keep an eye on the sound just to make sure it's not going kaput at every moment. And of course, at the same time, I should concentrate on the level as well, just to make sure we land on the wave appropriately. Whoops. I always have trouble falling off diagonals when it comes to skull platforms anyway, even in more standard contexts. So. Yeah. We mostly just need to focus on the wave positioning. It's very easy to be visually distracted by everything else that's going on, but in the end, landing on a wave is the main thing that matters, and everything else should just fall into place. Except sometimes I overestimate how much of it will be available. We kind of mostly want to stay along the back of the wave, I think, so we can have more platforms to jump towards. And so whenever we can make an adjustment to move back along the wave, we should make that adjustment so we have more wave to work with. Oh, almost made it there. But we'll have to see. Yeah, we should buy some room, then use it as a moving platform, which is advice I did not take. And anyway, over the wave we go. We'll try to focus on a wave, but the bloopers definitely get in the way if we stick around there too long. So. Once again, when we have open locations like that, we can't just ride the wave forward. Like we're doing right here. So we don't need to do as much jumping as I've been doing when I'm not required to by the interceding platforms. If there is a way to just ride through the bloopers and the Cheep Cheeps calmly by staying on a wave, then we should do it. Sometimes, though, some jumps are going to be required. Oh. The Twister was there to help me, but we didn't propel forward quickly enough, so let's try it again. That is, I think, technically the furthest I've gotten. Nope, didn't expect a blooper to go that way. The little baby bloopers give me some additional jumping points, though, if we're careful about it. And okay, there we go. Anyway, when we've had quite enough of dying to the squid, we'll see what we can do about the Twister segment. Okay, that was fancy. Yeah, the fact that the platforms move the Twisters was something that I was not expecting. That caught me off guard. And I should have paid attention to that the last time that we encountered that, because that does throw me off, because I was aiming for the Twister, expecting to use it as a Twister. That obviously didn't happen. After all that fancy play with the triple blooper kill as well. So we can do be We can be doing a lot better with this, I think. We'll just get back into position. So yeah, we actually just need to jump through the twister and hold position left to right. So now that we know to expect a twister in that position, we will just propel through it to gain some height, but project myself forward as far as I can and look for a safe landing zone on the other side where we have some safe ground to work with, at least I think so. We're playing a little bit off screen there, but we should be able to aim for the blooper accordingly. Okay. Nope, bad landing. The Angry Sun I'm currently not too worried about because its timing is going to be pretty much synchronized with everything else, and although the camera control is up to me, so we'll see, because currently it's more there to scare you. I haven't run into it directly yet, I don't think. It mostly just forces you into a more central position. Okay, that was a little too fancy. I didn't leave enough time on the wave to get back onto it and continue after killing everything off along the way. Stopped too long at the seafood restaurant. Whoop. Ride the wave. Now once again, we will make an attempt at this and recenter. I was trying to work that blooper into a more regular pattern where we always go for that central one, but clearly we need to work on the jump height to get that to behave properly. And so let's see what we can do from here. And up we go. And whoops. That's going to unload me into the middle of nowhere. Ride the wave. Just so you're aware, I may not be able to stay on too much longer, so I don't know if I'll actually clear this level. We're going to make a few attempts at it, and we'll definitely play the level by Green Heroes after this one, but in the interest of making enough time for it before I have to get off stream, I may have to bail on this one earlier than I expected. We'll push through it for the time being, though, and we'll see how critical the situation is in terms of time. Okay, that was a fun little wave there, and the slope right ahead looks like it's going to be pretty close to the ending. We're at 280 seconds at that point, and so technically we're 6 seconds off of the record. If we made it over to the final, well, seemingly the final slope, and we dodged the piranha plants at the end, we should actually get to safety before too long. So we'll see how it goes. And we'll see if we can proceed safely. Anyway, let's see if we can make it any further, but I believe, though, given the record time on this net, we should be fairly close to the ending. Once we manage to hit the final slope with the piranha plants. Without hitting the plants themselves, of course. Here's the bit with a twister. The bit with a twister is always a little bit confusing because if we're ahead of the wave, it has not been moved yet into position. And I feel like that's a potential point of inconsistency depending on how quickly we're scrolling things in on the camera. If we kind of hang back on the wave, though, we'll have the wave move the twister into position before I jump into it. But I kind of need to let the wave lead in order for that to work out properly. Anyway, we'll definitely try to clear this. Here's the angry sun and the angry piranhas that are going to zap me, so we're maybe not that close to the end. We still had a huge firefight coming. It's probably possible to get ahead of that onto the next slope, but just try to outrun. Yeah, doing those jumps there seems to be helpful. I guess we should always aim for that first twister location, because if it has been moved by then, well, it has been moved, but if it has not been moved, then we'll definitely need to spring on top of it anyway, and we'll see if we can get something more consistent going with these early jumps. It is quite tricky. So let's ride the wave. Ride the middle wave for the time being. Come back. Blooper, whoops, didn't expect to hit that one on the side. Alright, let's keep going. Nope, not enough forward momentum to make it over. It's okay, we'll get there. We just need to cycle back whenever possible. Once again, to let the wave lead. But it's going to be very reactive play once we get to the piranha segment, because there's just so much incoming fire at that point, which of course totally makes sense when they're firing from inside the water. Anyway, here we go, ride the wave. We'll see how much further we can get. But yeah, currently we'll see if the piranha segment is going to get me much further. One moment, I actually do need to check on something. I'll be back in just a minute. Sorry about that, let's continue. No, we can probably continue this attempt. No, I'm just checking out something that might potentially require my attention, actually, so I'll give this a few more attempts. I feel like this is very beatable for me if I stuck with it as long as I normally would. And we could always revisit it again in a future submission if I don't clear it now, but given that we still have the fire segment to get through, as well as this little twister bit here, we'll see how much further it goes. And Green Heroes, when we get you to you for the final submission, we'll probably not do something too difficult either, just in the interest of time. But we've got lots to choose from, as we saw much earlier in the stream, and something of a similar scale to the one that we had done earlier today would be completely appropriate. And then, yeah, we will not be able to reopen after that. Okay. You know, there's that one ice block there that actually is a valid landing location that I never really pay attention to because I just assume I'll slip onto spikes. But there actually is a safe landing location there that I've never stopped to think about. Like right here. Why didn't we just do that in the first place? Okay, these guys are a problem. I feel like if we had rushed forward, we would have been fine. I just didn't know when the piranhas would have been unloaded because of the way they get ahead of you. But it's a lot of safe ground from there. I feel like we could have gotten ahead. Nope. Okay, let's get over here. And here. You know what? Why don't I just ride the clouds at the end? I bet we can. No, we can't. In fact, we're dead now. And the cloud will just despawn. Okay. Yeah, I was hoping to capture the cloud. You know what? That would have been entirely possible. But we would have needed to disable the Lakitu there in a much more open position, and I feel like the mushroom platforms were preventing that specifically. We would have needed to drag it out a little bit further relative to the camera. And we can't really spend too much time doing that in case we just lose track of the wave completely, so I was just hoping that that would have been a possible shortcut, given that otherwise we would need to deal with them chucking stuff at us the whole time. Let's try it again. And of course, 26-second record doesn't account for a lot of this doubling back that I'm doing. Okay, nope. Got spilled over on the diagonal once again. That's a total wipeout. Well, let's see if we can make it work. Yeah, I feel like we had a pretty good method going for this early segment earlier, but that we are starting to slip. And we'll just take a little bit more effort. Move it back, move it back. Okay, that's good. Nope, once again, just couldn't get a jump there because I kept falling off the diagonal. And falling off the edge the whole time, and so there was no opportunity to actually jump off that platform at any point. Nope, I thought I'd go for the ice, and I just had too much forward momentum. Can't really make those mid-air hesitations. Need to commit to some of these jumps from time to time. We can't be too far from the end, though, from what I'm gauging here. Yeah, I feel like hijacking a cloud actually is the way to go, because if you're within about 10 seconds of the ending, that's more than enough time to fly over. But we need to get back to that location first in order to do it. Nope, too far. Okay, good. Nope. Might have to start spin jumping in that location. But yeah, I think we will deliberately go for the cloud hijack. Even though we have an open ceiling the whole way, I don't see how that can go badly. Nope. Didn't time that properly. We probably had enough room there to go straight for the twister. Yeah, we'll find some tactic that makes sense. Okay, let's go forward. Let's go here. Nope, too far in. I was hoping to catch the next one. Killing it is a good idea anyway, so we don't have two of them bunch up together, but we would need to work on how we kill it to hijack the cloud. I really do think that's going to be the key, though. Even if it's not totally intended. And I mean, it's putting you within reach of the clouds, it's giving the platforms to do it. You can probably fly quickly enough to catch up with the wave as well. Nope. Nope. I was going for it, but being off-screen was not helpful there. We were probably pretty close to the ending, too, if we just took the wave the normal way, given that I actually made it over to Piranhas for once. I still like the idea of winning with the cloud, though, so that's why we keep going for it. Anyway, over we go. We'll miss absolutely everything here. Yeah, so we've discovered the main problem with going for the cloud, which is simply that. Might miss it when it goes off the side. There we go, got it. Let's fly it the rest of the way if we can. And that's it. So yeah, we were actually right at the end. If we hadn't tried to go for the second cloud earlier, we would have been able to just beat it the standard way by riding the wave to the end. But I don't mind a little bit of summertime fun cheese, so that's a win. Glad we managed to get it. Okay, next and last will be Green Heroes. Green Heroes, if you'd like to check in, like I said, we will be picking something that's on the quicker and easier side, since I do have to go very shortly. And thank you for the GGs. And that's, of course, assuming that Green Heroes is still here. I think you're here in the chat, but if we don't get a check-in from Green Heroes, we will actually just end stream, so... We can bring this up so we can kind of pre-select something, though, just in case you are, in fact, present. Because otherwise, I actually do have to run off in short order. And yeah, the core seems to be a series, Moonsetter. Oh, a high clear rate. And it's actually an auto level. So, we could also set up through an auto level. Oh, this was a Christmas auto level, I see. You know what, let's just do it. I don't know if Green Heroes is still lurking, but since this is in a queue, we'll just clear it, and we'll call it a day from there. Rise up, Prince of Heart. Let's see if we can lower the clear rate on this one. So, Auto Mario, let's just sit back and defeat 23 Mecha Koopas. And hopefully sound is working. Okay, so we'll just sit through it and watch the cutscenes, actually, as the Goombas scatter everywhere. So this was apparently some kind of Christmassy level. We'll just have to take his word for it. Okay, and we do need to get through the door, obviously. And then, as with Green Heroes, usually we have a state switch, maybe? Or we have something else that's elaborating the level and continuing to build the track. That's something we've come to expect at this point. And then that's going to push me through to... well, let's see. We probably need to jump up here in order to just lower the donut block and go. And here's another part. And there we go. Still don't quite follow what's going on with the Goomba cutscenes, but we'll enjoy the music. Yeah, interesting what's going on rhythmically here in terms of the way things have been set up. We haven't killed the Mecha Koopas yet, but you see the Mecha Koopas announcing their presence here, and so... once we loop back to the beginning once again in this AABA structure, at least so far, we'll see what happens. Yeah, all the mechas are still being used as instruments there, and actually they've just been killed off, so we have fulfilled the condition. But what else will happen now that we've done all of that? Well, let's find out. No more mechas as instruments. Now that the state switch has eliminated them all. We still have a thwomp flying around all over the place. Spike balls exploding everywhere, too. Continue eliminating instruments as we go, and we'll see what that does as we get back up here with another state switch. And we'll probably loop through this one more time and then go to the pipe on the left that you saw at the end of this section. And yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. We have 24 out of 23 mechas at this stage, in fact. So, more than enough to do what we need. Now, why would this be giving me the... oh, the Angry Sun could potentially kill me. Let's get out of here quickly. I was thinking about what I could do with Link. I guess Link could kill the Angry Sun with a bomb, but that's the only thing. I don't know if that would actually have revealed anything for me. But, we'll take it. And that's going to be it for the stream, so... Thank you for all the levels from people who submitted today. We had a pretty good run through everything that was submitted. And we'll be sending you on to somebody else very shortly. Thank you once more, by the way, to Death Despise for the raid that brought in a couple of people late into stream early. And late in the stream earlier on, rather. Let's not be too confusing here. We'll probably be passing you over to another Maker stream in short order. And over the course of this week, I'll be continuing to run some Into the Breach, which we've been doing in some of the previous streams since there's new content that's been patched in the Advanced Edition. But Mario Maker will, of course, continue to be our regular weekend feature. Thanks for watching. Stick around for the raid. We'll send you on very shortly. For the moment, though, thanks again for the levels. Happy making, happy playing. Enjoy the week ahead of you. Particularly those of you looking forward to Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which is the next big Nintendo event. And as always, fare thee well.